Hello, everybody. Sorry we're late. No one wants to talk to me.
That's not true.
I've been talking with you all day. Literally.
Well, yeah, but you know. we are Fables and Flumps, and we're back to continue our terrible D&D session that we normally have. I hope everyone's having a lovely afternoon so far, and or evening.
I was gonna say, where in the world is it afternoon? But someone
Lots
can
of
figure
places.
that out.
Yeah,
Hawaii.
no,
I also
in
gotta wonder
Hawaii
how many
it's
people.
9 a.m.
9
What?
a.m. in Hawaii.
It's negative
Yeah.
5, so it'd be 3.
Oh. Look,
Wait, what?
okay, even though my brother lived in Hawaii for 3 years,
I think
Wait,
Japan
what
is
Never
fucking
once.
time zone
I
is
think
Hawaii in?
negative 5.
What?
or is it positive 5?
No, it's 5. I think it's 5 from Eastern.
It's currently 4:10 p.m.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so it's 4. Wait, what?
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 Yep. Time isn't a lovely subject.
Pick two numbers between 1 and 13 inclusive.
4
7 and
and
8.
7.
7 and 8. Okay, that's what I heard first.
Oh, right, the portents.
Yes.
They're important.
I keep forgetting how far Hawaii is from people. It's just fucked off. In
Which is
the middle of the
hilarious because
ocean.
you are the closest to Hawaii.
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are.
Out of
I
this
am
group,
because I'm
yes.
not in the yeah. Does
Yeah.
that
Don't
account
you-
for the north?
Rose, you were in
Yes.
mountain time. You were the furthest across.
All right.
Also, it is 11 a.m. in the land of the rising sun right now. Just so
Just
that
one
we
more
can-
thing. Did you know that Newfoundland has a half an hour?
Yes, it's obnoxious.
Nope.
I mean, there's also
Just like
Arizona,
all you
which
newfies
is-
out there. I'm just...
No, we love you.
We love you,
I don't
even though you
really-
don't have any internet because you're from Newfoundland.
I mean, that
Yeah,
might
it
be...
is. It is currently 10:42 p.m. in Newfoundland.
Arizona's about to switch time zones tonight.
Fun.
Arizona doesn't switch time zones. Well, some
Yeah, it
of
does.
Arizona doesn't, and then some of it does. You know what? Hi.
Yeah, well, won't worry about time because we've got D&D to play,
Yep.
and all of us are a little loopy for some reason.
We've been playing Elden Ring for the past 12 hours.
That's not entirely true.
I was sleeping.
I had to stop to prepare D&D.
3 of the 5 of us have been playing Elden Ring for the past 12 hours.
Yeah.
But why don't we kick off with a little bit of a recap, just a quick one. Even though I know a lot happened last session, but we're going to be picking up right where we left off. That'll be fun and entertaining.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to sort of paraphrase as best as I can. If you want to find out what happened, you should check out the VODs over on youtube.com/fables and flumps.
Also, check out our Twitter at Fabled Flumps because I couldn't fit it all in there.
Yeah.
Both should be.
Also, quick tangent again. Apparently the closest people to Hawaii are actually the Texans.
Yeah, because the north part. Okay,
Going north, I guess. Yeah.
knowing like the northern part, because I'm too far north for it to be closer.
Yeah, that's fucking wild though.
Yeah.
I don't know. I always thought it
Anyways.
was closer to north. I mean, I guess it is
Or
equatorial.
temporally the closest.
Well, yeah, but I also thought she was actively the closest because, you know.
No, because I'm in the middle of.
I know
nowhere,
you're
dude.
far north, but I also thought it was a little bit further north than where Texas would lie. But you know,
Apparently not.
whatever. Stop it. Stop it. The crew arrived in Jehesta after a long trip down the ancient's way, bypassing lots of dangerous and sometimes aggressive wildlife that lives there. Making their way into the city as night fell, they were able to deliver the corpse of the young black dragon that they managed to stuff on top of their carts, and were rewarded with a healthy sum of money. Coins. The party spent the night in a tavern in town and were requested in the morning to come speak with the captain of the Wyvern's Call, the monster hunting guild in Jehesta, and were told it was going to take a few days to acquire the coin necessary, but should be readily available pretty soon. The party then went to the Imperio Plaza, the town square, and saw an interesting message from the king of Drakenkron, Torringeth, and were pleasantly surprised it wasn't some sort of doom message for some reason. They thought that was going to be the case.
No, I thought the message would be fine. I thought that the crowd was gonna like explode.
They have trauma because they did this to themselves last time.
I wasn't
We
none
did
of this.
not
I
do
know
it.
nothing of this trauma.
Yeah.
We did not do it to ourselves.
You
We
set the
were gathered,
precedent for that.
and you planted a terrorist attack.
Yep, that y'all could have solved, but you got really involved in thinking that Gond was the bad guy and not the people making the bombs.
I did not get involved in this.
Yeah, that's all ancient history. The party met up after a long day of joyous merriment, and had a little bit of an interesting game played between the group to expose tiny secrets or big secrets, depending on what was asked, and but that was interrupted by the arrival of a very happy, portly, sort of graying older gentleman named Hessel.
Herschel.
Herschel.
Listen, I'm all fucked up. I apologize. Oh, I have said Herschel in my brain. I went Hessel because I read it.
Hassel's the vampire edgelord.
He is the edge lord.
I don't think he's an
Happy
edgelord.
old man. Herschel Hessel, whatever. Yep.
Sneak into your mic more.
No. I was grabbing my face and whispering. So. But you're going to pick up right there where we left off, where some weird reactions. I still don't know what the vibe is gonna be here, and it's been worrying me all week. I don't know how people are gonna respond. But Betty wraps Herschel up in a bit of a weird tense hug, and
Oh no, she's fucking jumping on him, like she's hanging off of him like a necklace.
he picks her up and does that little bit of like a sway and pops your back a little bit. Yeah.
Oh, I needed that. Fuck.
He sets you down, pats your head.
Oh my god, how you doing? Fuck. Ah, hi.
I'm doing all right. I heard you got separated, and well, it wasn't really a hunch. I was here on vacation, but I heard a description come into town, and used my connections to see if it was correct.
I'm surprised. We've been here for like 2 days. Not even.
You made a pretty big stink with the. You managed to bring an entire young dragon. Usually, I mean, it's not super uncommon to bring parts in, but the whole thing takes some ingenuity.
We had a bit of a helpful crew, I'd say. Everybody really wanted it.
That's,
Anyways,
good.
these are my friends, my crew, my friends.
Right, hi, Marshall. Nice to meet you. He goes to shake everyone's hand and sort of will take his hand away if a hand is not. Just move on to the next if a hand is not presented. He knows it's not custom with everybody.
Another pirate, then.
Ouch. I'm more of a merchant.
So a fence.
That could be a description. Correct.
That's
yes.
Hessel, by the way.
Hessel, nice to meet you.
Nestle Blackwater.
Black. Oh, well, I, not officially, but I'm technically one of your fences.
I don't know many names, to be honest, so you could be lying to me and I'd still believe you.
Why are you calling him a fence? He's obviously a man.
A big grin curls across Herschel's face.
Wait,
And,
that's Willow?
He does a he does not reach out to shake your hand. He places his hand forward like a knife hand, basically, like vertical to you, and does a little bit of a bow. You've never seen this greeting before. Betty, you've seen this before. This is a high elf sort of greeting from the Ardennis Dominion.
Wait, I don't think she's gonna get that one. She's a little bit further out than Ardenist.
I mean, and he just does a little bow.
Oh, okay. And Willow returns, crossing her right arm over her chest and bowing her head slightly.
He nods his head slowly. I'll have to learn this one. Where do you reside from, if I'm not too bold to ask?
Well, you wouldn't be the boldest one at this table. And she casts a side eye at Saywin.
That one's just gonna give a big toothy smile.
Lilitea. Or the Fey Wild?
Haywild. Well, you are certainly far from home, but also kind of close.
Oh?
The Ancients' wilderness has been known to house hags and fairies and things of that nature before. Not entirely sure if it's from the actual Feywild, but
Oh, I met one. His name was Birch. He was lovely.
that's great.
But you mean the Boggle?
Ooh, a
That's
boggle.
what it's called, right? A Boggle?
You met a boggle that you could speak to?
Yeah.
Barely. He
Well,
tried.
you weren't using the proper language.
The
Oh,
only
it's alright,
boggle I
there's no
ever
elf.
met took my shoe. It's fine. He I knocked him out with the stench a few minutes later, but You said Saywin, and he points to.
Hey.
He puts a hand out for you to shake.
Yep, I shake his hand. So if you're working with some pirates, how often do you, and you're a merchant, how often do you use the my prices are a steal joke?
It's been some
Hopefully
time.
never if he works for me.
He looks over you. Unfortunately, it's every now and then.
Also, it's adjacent. How dare you?
Especially for the older gentlemen seem to rather enjoy it. I've gotten your father to chuckle at it a few times. He looks over at Hazel and gives a big grin.
I couldn't imagine the man laughing, so of course it's at something like that.
It's got a strange sense of humor. But, well, it seems you've been doing rather well for yourself, Betty.
Oh yeah. Do you want a seat? Do you want to? Can you take a seat? She'd ask at the table.
Not my table.
I mean,
Yeah.
she'd look flustered. She'd look way more flustered than she really ever has.
He puts his big, like, dad hand on your head and kind of ruffles your hair. Relax. You're, well, for most cities, you're pretty safe here. That's why I like Jasta so much. And
Yeah?
he just reaches over to an empty table and grabs a chair and sits down.
I mean, yeah, we just came in from Vassal City, on a boat. That was interesting.
No, we
Hey.
came in on a cart.
No, I mean we came into Vessel City on a boat, and then we came. Yeah, okay.
Betty, are you alright? It's like you've seen a ghost.
I'm fine. I'm absolutely fine.
Alright.
Yeah.
Usually
No,
not so.
it's just been a bit of an adjustment, I think. I haven't really been away from the ship, so this is new.
I've been telling Mother for quite some time. The bird needs to get used to being out of the nest every now and then. You know her.
Yeah. I sent her one of those little messages in a can. I don't know what you call them, but
She
I let her know that everything's okay.
she didn't have a way to contact you back. And he pulls out a small red stone with a mouth engraved on it. She did send out to her commanding officers that keep an eye out for you.
Well, I'm glad that she got it. That's good. So, not just here on vacation. How did you find me so quickly? I mean, I know you said that you heard about us, but it's been like 2 days.
I mean, you came in with a dragon, and I asked around about a blue bird, and everyone immediately knew who I was talking about. So,
You do tend to stand out quite a bit.
There's not
You're
many.
not the most subtle.
Nah.
Blue and purple and sky blue bird is not make the most discreet Aarakocra.
I'm the prettiest though. Oh, I'm the most colorful, I guess.
He pinches your cheek. He goes, "Stop."
I saw a cardinal. Okay, you know what? All right. Well, yeah. No, we were just doing some stuff for a family friend of Hessel's, and then I don't know how long we were planning on staying. They haven't gotten really the amount that they owe us for the bounty, so we're going to be here for a couple of days. Or not bounty, but you know what I mean.
Yes, I understand what you were saying. Don't worry. Well, I'll be in town for the next 11 days, so if you want to catch up or whatever,
I mean, absolutely.
he goes, I'm I'm staying at a little sort of a dive bar, but a friend owns it, and I've always sort of liked the atmosphere of the tavern below the rooms. The cranky werewolf.
It sounds like a fun place.
It's underneath Jehasta's castle island thing. The dark elf sort of district of the city. A little more rough and tumble, but got some lovely weird spirits.
Oh, that sounds like my place.
he kind of like pushes your arm a little bit. He's like, "Hey, don't."
What?
I mean, you're an adult and you can indulge how you wish, but calm yourself. I'm not your mother. I won't tell you no, but I mean, at least I have to pretend that you're not carousing at all times, that you're not slaying dragons. Dragons.
Oh, I mean, yeah, it'd be better just try. This is probably gonna get out anyways, but just try to keep it on a down low. I don't want her to worry too badly.
He goes, unless you tell me otherwise, I was not going to inform your mother where you are at the moment.
I mean, absolutely, please do not. I told her we were in Vassal, but I'm not ready to face that one yet.
Told her you were in Vassal City.
Yeah.
Alright. Well, she's probably headed to Vassal City right now. One of the merchant boats, then.
I mean, isn't she busy? Doesn't she have things to do? I mean,
Are pirates ever busy? I feel like they just sort of do whatever if it's in
we're
front of them.
we're busy a lot. We had like a whole planned heist.
Yeah, and what else have you done recently besides that?
I mean, nothing because I've been with you fuckers.
He goes, we haven't done jack shit, you know it, Betty. He lays about all the time.
You're not helping.
Helping? It's the pirate way of life, to
I know.
be free. And, sometimes you need a little time away from the incredibly worried, anxious, motherly doting type. Really, for a few days there, thought her baby was gone.
Betty would frown deeply.
He pats you on the back. Oh, she's fine.
Well, I'm glad that she
The
has enough
description
faith.
of pirate life makes me think of several people at home who would be right happy with being pirates.
It's wild. And he looks over at Hessel because Hessel makes a face. Wow. Some people might not agree with it. Liberating.
Speaking of the free way of life, given that we're on the subject, I don't suppose you've, maybe this is a long shot, paid dividends to the family recently? If so, I certainly wouldn't mind collecting.
He goes. He raises an eyebrow at you and he goes, unfortunately, I am on vacation, so I do not have financial connections available to me at the moment. But I'm certainly sure that the payment is sitting nice in the family coffers by now.
Well, worth a shot.
Bro, the extortion racket is real.
On
mean,
another
we got- we
subject,
gotta-
since this is, oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, at least we got a little bit more now. We were scrimping. We didn't have anything really. We broke out of prison in 15 minutes.
Only 15.
You're
That's
welcome.
pretty good for your first time.
Yeah.
You're welcome, by the way.
I mean, yeah. The goblin helped too.
Goblin murdered people.
That was helping.
I don't think that was helping.
That was helping.
I would argue that
It
hurt our
was
case.
unfortunately necessary once you grabbed the keys. Kind of put a whole time limit on the situation.
Well, I mean, we ended up befriending literally everyone else in the prison, so I don't know.
After a fight that
After a fight.
I still think should have been avoided, but all the
I really
same.
gotta ask Arnaud about what that whole shit was about anyways. Yeah, I'm gonna write that down.
And we did manage to somehow not only befriend the prison guards, but convince them to help us take down the Baron.
That was you all. Ooh.
I'd talk a little bit quieter about that. Honestly, I think the pirate thing's more accepted here.
Do you think anyone will care that we killed the Baron
Probably.
of a foreign island in a foreign nation? It is a different country at this point.
Word gets around, and he hunches his shoulders forward and puts his elbows on the table. He goes, I'm glad you got out when you did. Bowden is not a good follow-up leader to Anthony.
His name was Anthony?
Yeah, Baron Anthony Moyes LaRue, the one you killed.
Oh, that guy.
I never got a first name. Okay. Weird.
His
No,
brother,
we did.
Did we?
Yeah,
Yes.
his brother Bowden Chappelle came in and much less of a drunkard, much more of a mathematician, sort of. And he kind of like lowers his voice. He is not into the ways of life that Anthony was. He's getting his shit together, but that's not a good thing.
Well, if I'm ever in town again,
All right, there, Lord Slayer.
but you mentioned vacation, which means you're not here on official business,
That's correct.
which means that anything you might have overheard wouldn't be protected by your business. Anything interesting passing through?
Nothing super crazy happened over here in Jahesta. I know that some of the higher ups seem to be a little on edge recently, making plans, that sort of thing. I know the Shadow Baron's sort of been on the move, but he's always been a mysterious sort.
The Shadow Baron?
He looks at you, you know. I thought with your connections you'd know who the Shadow Baron is.
Like I said, this is a bit far too west for my interests.
Right. You were still in training last I heard to take over some of the family business. Is that right?
I suppose technically.
If
I
I
was
spoiled that, I apologize.
Sort of in training.
Shadow Baron, he is the leader of the Sparrow's Rest here. You know,
Oh, alright.
not many people actually know his name, so I won't go saying it. And he kind of looks around. And you watch as there's someone in a dark hood at the back of the bar. It's best not to be talking about that sort of thing here. But he's been on the move, purchasing things, making alliances, that sort of thing, just putting other people on edge.
I see. Well, it's all interesting, but I'm not sure how involved we want to get with the dealings of this town. Do we want to lay low for a few days, or?
I mean, I don't think we can. We brought in a black dragon.
But I mean, do we want to actually try and participate in something, or do we want to just relax until it's time to go?
Well, have you did you check up on the what we were bringing in?
It's been delivered.
Okay. Well, can you? We got this weird egg. Show me the egg.
Oh, right. I was going to do something with that.
Oh yeah, the
Weird egg.
well, it's not weird. We know what it is.
Should we go up to one of our rooms?
Yeah, we could do that.
Do this privately.
Why not?
I feel as though that something interesting will occur.
Her shows. Well, I hope you all have a lovely time in town. I'm gonna go enjoy some weird drinks.
You don't
I'll
want to
see
stay
you,
for the egg?
Yeah. Oh, I said privately.
Oh, I'm.
I mean, just away from Betty, obviously trusts. So
Yeah, he's.
If
He's
I'm
virtual.
invited, sure.
Yeah.
Love to see weird shit that we pull out of chests and things.
Oh, you'll see a lot of weird shit. Trust me, this group is I've seen more here than I think I've seen in my previous like 19 years of life, if I'm being completely honest with you.
You got out of the house. You'll see a little
Yeah.
bit more when you're out of the house.
I saw a lot. I've seen a lot.
Alright.
He raises his eyebrows a little worried. But doesn't say anything.
alrighty.
Can we take
Also,
a
did we
break
pay
for a
the
minute? I
tab? We
need
should
to
probably pay the
reboot my
tab.
computer because my computer's kind of screwy for some reason.
Sure.
Oh no, probably because
Sure.
you were playing Elden Ring.
For 12
Like-
hours.
Elden Ring, yeah.
Elden Ring.
Elden Ring has been crashing on Alex's computer for the last week.
Elden
Crashing on
Ring,
everybody's computer
Elden
for the
Ring, the CPU crusher.
So what was in the egg? What did we figure out the egg was?
I just love that the opening.
Yeah, we know
move
it's
was
a
fucking...
gold dragon egg, and we know
Yeah.
that there's an enchantment on it.
Oh yeah, because okay, yeah.
What we still need to figure out is what that enchantment is.
No, I know what the enchantment is.
Yeah, it's
No,
it's
but
the enchantment
the
to make it
enchantment is
not
to hide
magical.
what it actually is. So
Yeah.
part of it is secret.
Yeah.
But
Can we lockpick it?
It's an egg.
yeah,
They had a lock
I
on it.
think she means the cage.
Well, it's in a cage, but I could just take it out of the cage.
Well, the cage. I thought it was stuck in the cage. Is it not stuck in the cage?
No, it's in a cage. The cage has
It's
protective.
in a cage and it's got a
non-detection
little
magic
like
on it.
locket key on it.
But the cage itself is not locked.
The cage itself is currently locked.
So we can't get the egg out.
At the moment, no, but
Okay, so we lockpick the cage.
we gotta wait for Alex before we move.
I know,
forward.
but I'm just saying. I just want to
Also,
clarify.
I gotta say, I love that the opening move was fucking Hessel's hustle. The extortion is real, and I
Also,
approve.
when Betty says she's seen a lot of shit, she's literally not even talking about the death. She's talking about the fucking like kaiju fight in the middle of the forest.
Okay, am I back?
We're
Yeah.
back.
Okay.
Kaiju
Alright.
fight. Kaiju fight.
No kaiju fights right now.
The middle of town.
In the middle
No.
of let's just drop a fucking Colossus crab right
No, don't do that. I feel like the Colossus crab would not survive very long though with ancient dragon.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Why there's not much in terms of forest or you know.
Yeah.
Oh, the food here.
currently waiting for one person to return, as one of them returned and then the other had to go grab food.
Also, hey, Roll20 is being weird.
When is Roll20 not
I was
weird?
gonna say that's kind of just the default.
Yeah, that's par for the course for
Yeah.
Roll20.
What do I have to roll to juggle?
Why do you want to juggle?
I don't know because
There we go.
I feel like it's something that is not character specific that does not move the plot forward, and yet it is something I can do.
Rose, are you in Roll20 right now?
Juggling is a sleight of hand check.
Rose is not in Roll20 right now.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Oh, did I? Yeah, I did close
You
out.
must have.
Interesting.
Like Brandon's 2 accounts leave Roll20 all the time, and that's understandable. But usually there are at least 4 of us in at any given time.
Oh.
Yeah, you're invisible.
So Crest won't fit inside of a hotel room, right? Or a in room. I mean, they're all large
More
creatures, so
than 12 foot. Do wolves count as large creatures? Mm.
Well, I
yeah,
guess I could.
direwolf is on this. Also, giant swan.
When
Giant swan. Would a 2-headed crocodile fit? Would a 2-headed crocodile cause problems?
Probably.
Probably.
Remember
Would a
last
giant
campaign when you
octopus?
adopted an owl bear cub and you had to get it certified by the king?
Yeah. No, it had a certification. It came from a reputable breeder. I just had to keep the paperwork on me. I could make him a giant octopus, but he would die soon.
Rose did the extra thing, and I told her she needed to get it approved by a few people, and she went, "I'll just go to the fucking king." We're buddy.
Yeah, at that point we were.
But Owlbear, can you please certify that it's not a danger to humanity? And it's like, I don't know if it's a danger to humanity. It wasn't. Waffles was a good boy.
Mm-hmm.
It's been 32 years. Waffles is probably dead.
No. How long do bears live?
Like 25 years ish.
But how long do owls live?
Like
8.
10? Yeah.
Bears live 20 to 30 years. Owls live
Up to 25.
up to 25?
9 to 10 on average
Mm.
in the wild. So, probably about, I'll be nice, 18 years or so.
I refuse to believe that Waffles is dead. That's not real. Nope. There's gotta be magic to prolong life, right? Like that's.
Yeah, Lichdom.
And are you
I mean, not
do
that.
not
But
turn your owl bear from last campaign into a lich.
that would be so funny. Though.
It would not be funny.
I mean, it's an owlbear. It doesn't have any more intelligence other than it's an owlbear. But it's also a lich.
No, I feel like
Oh.
in that process you do become corrupted evil from eating souls. So,
I mean, what if I just feed him the souls and
Alright.
like put him in cheese or something?
it still
Clearly I
becomes
picked
evil.
Clearly, I picked a great time for my computer to decide to stop working properly.
Excellent. What food did you get, Tweet?
Mouth was full. Pasta.
Nice.
Ooh,
Mm.
yum.
Alright. Are you ready to continue?
Yeah.
Mhm.
I just want to say one snarky thing. Yeah, Mad, it could be that my computer was doing Elden Ring, or it could be the 100+ tabs I have open
Oh,
Yeah.
at the
Hey,
same
by the way,
time.
they're yeah.
I forgot about your concurrent tabs. Ugh.
Alex is what
Don't
we
make
call
fun
in
of
the
me for
industry
my-
a tab hoarder. Now,
Alex is what we call in the industry a crazy person.
Y'all make fun of me for my taskbar, but I at least have an organization system.
And I
You're
can't make fun of
comparing
you
apples
anymore
to
for your
oranges, and
taskbar.
they're both a little skew with.
No, I mean I can't make fun of her for her taskbar anymore because I've seen the monster.
You've seen the
She's-
monster that is Alex
Yeah,
or Alex's tabs.
it's like a CR2 versus a CR20. Like it's just
Yeah.
it's, you know.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
CR 120.
You know, other than a few times where I have to reboot things, it works really well.
I'm going to move on from this,
Yeah, let's move on. We have
like
bookkeeping to do.
emotionally and mentally.
Emotional damage.
Damage.
See, the best part is I'm working with a computer that is getting close to 6 years old.
Anyways, we go to the inn room.
We take one of our rooms and we go into it.
All right, which room are y'all going into?
I don't know if anyone else doubled up, so mine.
I think
Yeah,
we all
nobody doubled up. We all got
Okay,
individual
okay.
rooms. But yeah, if Hessel's volunteering,
Yeah.
we'll go into.
Yeah,
Alright.
sure. Why not?
I'll head up to the second floor, and your 4 rooms are next to each other at the back, in the back right corner. You, Hassel, you take your little. Oh, you don't even have to take it in your pocket. The door, you hear the door unlock as he gets near, and door opens.
Alright. Everyone in?
Everyone files in. Close the door. Are you locking it or anything?
Sure.
Everyone gathers around. It's a spacious room for one person, so 5 is
Probably
a
a little cozy.
it's a little cozy, yeah.
I'll reach into my hidden coat pocket and pull out this little bird cage.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna hold out my hand for said egg cage.
Alright. Tell us what it is. Or at least
All
what's
right.
projected onto it.
All right. Well, I was able to pick out that there are 2 enchantments over the cage. There was general protection, probably to keep it from breaking or shattering on impact. Uh, the other one was very interesting. It was basically a disguising of the item itself. So anything we assumed about it previously could have been completely wrong. And I will dispel magic, specifically targeting the Nistel's magic aura that I noticed.
Roll a d20 and add your Casting modifier. So your intelligence.
Oh,
Was the
right.
spell upcast? Oh, I guess it would have to be if it's still on.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, so Herschel's here, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, he does that like sort of dad thing where he looks around and doesn't feel
Oh.
like there's anywhere to sit, and so he just leans on the corner next to the closet.
I was smart, guys, and I rolled it physically in the world. All right, I'm gonna choose to re-roll that with my inspiration.
Okay.
God damn it!
7, 11.
You
11.
cast
At first
the
level.
dispel magic on the aura, and you watch as it glows a deep purplish red, but the enchantment holds.
All right, fuck this. I'm gonna cast it again at 3rd level.
Okay. They roll a d20.
Well, that's just what level Dispel Magic is.
No, dispel magic's first.
What? No, it's definitely
No.
third.
No, that's
Oh.
detect magic. I'm a dumbass.
Yeah, I was like, Dispel
I
Magic
was
is a
like,
3rd
I did
level
not
spell.
use Dispel Magic enough, I guess.
I'm an idiot. Don't mind me. All right, I'm gonna try it again.
All right.
All right. Do it. 14.
14 is what you need.
Yes!
He watches this dark purple red energy begins to thrum and warble, and then the sound of snapping leather and cracking glass as the magic particles fall down as a mist and are dispelled.
All right, now it can kill us.
Or something.
Well, now it'll
in-
probably draw attention.
Probably.
Immediately after the aura is broken, you begin to feel a warm sensation emanating off of strange candlestick birdcage device.
May I identify it now?
You may identify it.
I will identify it. That is a first blood. All right. Let's see what I get from this. No, it's like I've got Sanson Le Sig on my brain now.
So you're are you casting what are you
Yeah, I'm
casting?
casting
Are you casting
Identify.
I'm casting identify on egg.
Okay. Just making sure. Where is the thing? What I want, yeah. I can't find my notes. I don't know where I have this saved.
I love those Blink 182 songs.
Yeah. Second. you get the name. At least I can. Well, I can't find my notes on it, and it is the Sconce of Everwarmth. Name of.
Balance of everyone.
Is it Everly Warm?
It is.
It seems like it. Is it just a freaking pocket warmer? Is that what this is?
Not really. It is It requires attunement.
Oh, it's an actual item?
Yes.
Oh, crazy.
It is a it is a focus for wizards, sorcerers, and clerics. It gives an additional D4 to all fire-based magics that you use. Just gives a little bump to them, and lets you resist fire damage. However,
Is
the
the egg
last note of
separate?
it, I'll say with the identification of the object, the egg still seems to have some life to it.
Does anyone know how to pick lock?
No, I reached my hand through the safe wall and I just plucked it out.
Thank you for your sarcasm.
But if would we want to take it out?
I mean,
I
can
feel
always
like this
put it
heat
back
is
in.
probably what's keeping the egg going, yeah?
I don't want to break it.
We could probably put the egg back in if it doesn't do anything.
But it
There's
also
still
seems
life.
like
There's still life
if
in this egg.
if either you or Saywin use this, like as an actual, I guess, weapon focus, whatever, it's definitely endangering the egg, so I don't really know.
I mean, I'd rather get. I mean, I'm not a fucking cleric or wizard or whatever, but kind of just want to get the egg out of there. I don't want to hurt it.
Pretty sure I barely qualify as a cleric.
Well, I'll pop it open at least, or at least try to.
Okay.
I don't know if this is a magic
I mean, if
lock.
you're not
This
a
might
cleric, I'm certainly
this
not
might
a
be something
paladin.
that takes me a few days, just like that safe.
Roll a check with your lockpicking tool.
But I don't think it'd take quite
We're
as
just
long
gonna
as the
kill
safe.
it. That's all we're gonna do is taking it
No,
out.
we're not gonna kill it. It's fine.
I don't have a button for this. Oh, it's the same modifier as my
We're
save.
gonna
never
kill
mind.
this little golden duck or whatever it is.
It's a golden chicken.
Natural 20.
Okay, well, you know.
For a total of 20.
27.
A masterwork lock
Oh my
with
god!
a +5 from magic on it. You make sure. Come on. Yeah. Yeah. The magic was granting it a +5 to defense
Yeah, same
against
as
being
arcane
picked.
lock. Yeah.
But even so, even with the magic trying to diffuse and shunt your lockpicks in a matter of moments, pick the little lock, and the cage sort of pops open like it was sort of just being held down by the locking mechanism.
I'm gonna reach through and brush my fingers along the egg to see if I think it feels fragile or not.
As you run your fingers across it, it's sort of bumpy, and there's a few little jagged points every now and then. It's sort of. It didn't feel super fragile, but it's pretty hot to the touch.
Does it generate its own heat? Does it need the cage? I'll take it out.
Certain. Slide the egg out of the cage.
All right, let's wait for a little bit to see if it cools down or not. Because if it does, it might need to stay inside.
I honestly have no idea what this could be.
It's a dragon egg.
You hold this.
At least if we trust that fortune teller.
You hold this black tinged egg in your hands, sort of like what's the best way to describe it? Like the texture of if you slightly smoothed out an asphalt road, sort of craggy, like deep, like little ridges in it, and sort of pokes and bends and little like veins of a different colored like material across this whole. You hold the egg in your hand and it does slowly lose heat. It takes like 10 minutes for it to get to the point where it's like it doesn't hurt your hands to hold it. Like if you were to just actively hold on to this, it would definitely start doing some fire damage to you. Like it's pretty warm.
Then at first I would have drawn Frostbrand. Because while holding it, I have resistance to fire.
Okay. Yeah, you can hold it, but it's still, you can feel it like prickle at your hand as you hold it, so you sort of have to keep switching hands every couple minutes, even with Frostbrand in it. But with Frostbrand out, it does cool down faster.
All right. It probably needs the warmth. I imagine that's the general purpose of the cage.
I mean, unless the purpose of the cage is to keep it from hatching.
Like, if it's too warm, it won't hatch.
Maybe.
Like, don't you typically keep eggs warm?
I don't know how eggs work.
All right. I was about to make a comment about you being a bird, but
I didn't lay my egg.
but all right, sure.
You know, she's gonna look up at Herschel. How do eggs hatch?
Warmth, typically.
He puts his fingers on the edge of his brow and he goes, I don't want to get in between that mother-daughter bonding moment of telling you how that works, Betty. Because if you haven't figured it out by now...
What color was it?
It's black, right?
It's like a black egg, yeah.
Okay.
It's got a little bit of a green tinge to it, but it's like a black.
All right, everyone, use your best foot forward. Search your memory banks. What does everyone know about either a black? No, we killed a black dragon.
You kill black dragon.
He was like acidy. We might need to read in. We might need to read into this.
Is acid hot? No, it's not. No, it's not.
The acid from
Well,
them
you're the
is
one
hot.
who got
yeah.
hit
I
by
mean,
acid. Was it hot?
Yes.
Yeah, it's
Would it
hot.
be
It
possible for
burns.
me to
Well,
make
it
an
is-
Arcana check?
That's what I was trying to fish for.
The heat from the acid breath from the dragon is boiling hot, but it is also
Okay,
acid.
but I'm just saying, like, but I mean, acid in itself, when it burns, is it hot, or does it just create heat?
It
I suppose it
creates
feels
heat.
hot.
Yeah,
But
doing
it's not
damage to you.
inherently hot.
Yes,
like
it's not
you just keep-
normally hot, but a dragon's acid breath is.
Okay.
there's many forms of acid, and acid always does what acid will do. Some acids do more while they're hot, and some do less.
Can I make an uneducated roll for this?
I don't know what that means, so sure, roll a d20.
I'm proficient, but you know what? This is better.
Oh no.
You're proficient in what? You didn't say what you were trying to.
You're insane.
I meant like a fucking nature check or something, but this is
If
fine.
you're
Let's
proficient in
keep going.
nature, then yes, make a nature.
I'm not.
Okay, but
That's why I said an uneducated.
I am. May I make
you know-
a nature check?
we'll get to you. Yes, we'll get to you.
Oh boy.
Betty,
We're barely an hour into the session.
Betty, you do know how eggs work, and it's an egg. It's a black egg. I don't know what you wanted to roll for, so.
I wanted to see if I knew fucking species or something. I don't know how to help you.
If you're not trained in nature, it's just
That's
a
what I
black
said. Can I
egg.
make an uneducated?
Yeah, it's to you it is just a black egg.
Neat.
I will say with a 16 plus whatever your nature
Plus
is,
2, so an 18.
18. You know it's not a dragon egg.
Yeah.
It's not a drake egg either.
Okay. I'm pretty sure it's not a drake or a dragon egg.
Drake and dragon eggs sort of have that feel to them of like scales. They look like they're made of scales to some degree. Sort of like this overlapping not quite keratin material, but like a hard carapaced shell of rows of pseudo ovoid scales overlapping.
Okay.
That is not what this looks like.
All right, so that should put everyone's mind to rest. The fortune teller is just an idiot. A grifter.
Did she say dragon egg?
Yes, she specifically said, I asked, hey, by the way, this is a long shot. You're a fortune teller. Do you know what this is? And she's like, yeah, that's a dragon egg.
Yeah, 'cause
Betty
she
would
ro-
just shrug.
I'll say out of character metagame, she rolled a 1.
Oh wow. Oh wow. She has nothing.
Yeah, she had no clue what it was, but she wanted to get y'all's hopes up. So
But it's
that's
like
sort of her job.
asphalty. That's so weird. I don't know what that would be.
I mean, she was right about the willow tree or whatever the fuck that was. I don't.
Was she?
Maybe.
I mean, she was right that there was one.
Oh,
Well, yeah, there's millions.
I mean, but there was that specific one.
But is it only that specific one because you've made it that one in your head?
Well, I mean, how many more trees are there to a? You know what?
there are a lot of willow trees out there. That one did seem interesting, but I don't know how much of it is coincidence versus actual prophetic fate or whatever.
Anyways. No one knows what it is?
Willow.
17 get me anything?
Uh,
My nature proficiency?
you're trained in nature. It's definitely nothing you've ever seen before, but it does look. It's strange. It's more avian in nature, but it's almost elemental.
Okay, so I the player have a theory about this.
I mean,
and
I
I've had
want
this,
it to be so badly. You have
I've
no idea.
had this theory for several months, and I voiced this theory to the class
Sure.
as
Sure.
my character.
I mean that.
Matt,
What-
out of
what-
character, you have no idea. You have no idea how badly I want this.
Well, it's very hot, obviously, and
Well, it was. It's cooling down.
I mean,
it's not it's not a reptilian. It's a bird egg, but it's sort of like an elemental. I wonder if this could be a phoenix egg.
How big is it?
It's at its widest, probably about 4.5 inches, and it's at the from peak to bottom, it's about 6.5 inches tall. About like an ostrich egg sized egg.
Seems a little small for such a grand legend.
I mean, I think everything starts out pretty small, right?
I suppose it depends.
Yeah, you would know in comparison from stories. Uh, dragon eggs are about 3 feet tall,
Mm-hmm.
so like almost 2 feet wide.
So if
They're pretty
it
chunky.
was, if it is a phoenix egg, that seems more ridiculous to me than the whole dragon thing since we're in Dragonland. But if it is, probably needs to be kept warm.
Most likely.
I think that's just how most eggs work, anyways, and I don't know why a firebird would suddenly need to be cold to hatch.
I mean, this is gonna sound stupid, but a lot of things I say are stupid. What if we put it in a fire?
Does
Then
the
we
room
got
have a
lunch.
fireplace?
It does.
All right. Well, I'm just gonna say this right now. I put the egg back in the cage in my pocket. Until we know, I'm not gonna cook an egg
I mean, couldn't we
because that
try and
seems
find a
crazy.
couldn't we try and find something in, I don't know, one of the libraries about
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Maybe we do some research and don't potentially cook a phoenix.
That's
Maybe
probably the better idea.
I mean, yeah, books are
it's
pretty.
still alive and it's been kept warm, so I think for now it just stays in the cage, right? Makes sense.
Yeah.
Right.
Is there a
Unless we
library in
know
this town?
otherwise, then I think what was that?
I said, is there a library in this town? Do we know?
You do not know.
We do not know. Okay.
I would have to imagine there's some sort of library. It's probably not nearly as grand as the one we were just at, but
Maybe the Wyvern's
So
Call
you
has something on it. They're like monster hunting, right?
it's true.
Certainly
But
ask.
um, so you've been in town for a bit. You know of any libraries here?
He goes, oh, well, unfortunately, there are private collections. I don't know if any wanting to foot that bill to have access, but I don't believe Jasta has a public library.
well, she would have a private one certainly.
So there are a few book collectors that, for a fee you can access their contents. That's entirely up to you. I don't know who, but I could put my feelers out and get you some sort of answer.
All right, that'd be
But
appreciated. I think our first lead, though, I think the Wyvern's Call is a good idea.
Oh yes, they
I
have that bestiary.
They do. I think that was mainly about what to harvest out of the creature, but we might find something. The only question is whether or not they would have anything about phoenixes. If they're not native to this area, I don't know why they would have it in there.
I mean, You hunt elementals, right? Like that's a thing.
Some people
Like the
do.
general you, sure. People in this city, I'm not so sure.
I mean, the
We
worst thing
we
that
can
happens.
try.
Well, I mean,
though.
they show up. Like it's not like the planes don't cross over or whatever.
The worst thing that happens is that we don't find anything at the weapons hole.
Yeah, and if our old buddy Herschel over here he doesn't have any luck, maybe we could just try straight up top.
I believe we were explicitly told that she would eat us if we didn't offend her.
Well, I'm not too inclined to go talk to a. No, I don't want to do that.
Dragons are just people. They're just big people.
All right, you can go.
All right. If all the other options fail, I will attempt to do so.
And
Let's
we will
go.
mourn your loss.
Is it late? Do we do this in the morning?
I think so, because I think it's like the end of the day.
Yeah. Probably
Did we ever pay our tab?
Yeah, I paid everything.
Okay.
I paid for all the foods
for
and rooms.
Y'all
Paid for the meal.
paid for the meal last night.
Yeah.
Breakfast
I
was
think
included.
we'll
Well,
probably like pay off once we leave.
it's the same day, right? We haven't slept
No,
here.
this is the day after. I thought.
Y'all slept, woke up here.
I
Then it's night again.
don't
yeah.
know that that's true.
That is
No,
true.
it is true. It is very true.
Because this is the same day as
Because we slept and then we woke up and we went to go see
That's right.
the announcement.
Yeah.
I thought that was the day we came in.
No.
Nope. Because we got in late at night and then we woke up, spent the whole day, and now we're here.
Mhm.
So I think I think we'll have to settle up once we leave.
It's y'all haven't run away. They know where you are. So up to y'all why you do that.
Okay.
You just pay it at the end.
Yeah.
Sleep.
Yeah.
We rest. And tackle the egg hunt in the morning.
Mm-hmm. While Betty's heading out of Hessel's room, she's gonna show Herschel the flask.
Okay.
Well, yeah. Well, no, I found this. I thought it looked a little familiar, but I don't think I've ever actually seen a flask like this before. Do you have any ideas?
He looks at it and he runs his hands through his like bushy short beard. Have him roll a history check. Proficient. He looks at it and goes, no, I can't say I have. I'm sorry.
All right, that's fine.
But I may be an old man. My wisdom doesn't seem to extend to strange flasks.
No, that's totally fine. That'd be a weird thing for you to know, anyways. Probably.
If I find anything on it, I'll let you know.
Absolutely. But yeah, nice seeing you. Good seeing you.
He pulls you into a big hug. Sort of a little overbearing of a hug. His long arms, even though you're for your small stature, he basically his arms wrap almost all the way like back around you.
Excellent.
I'm glad you're doing good.
Yeah, it's been interesting.
He gives you a smile. Goes to like pat your cheek and he goes, "Your brand thing. What happened?"
Oh, cleric did some healing spells and kind of went away.
Well, I hate to say it, but well, good. I know you like to wear it proudly, but you know, was made me a little sad that you did that to your beak.
Well, it definitely gets us in less trouble now.
A lot of people looking out for that symbol these days.
Mm-hmm.
And he, watches. He grins and he grabs his lip and pulls it down. He's, hey, we can't do that.
Yeah, I don't have those.
You'll find a way to make your mark, your mother's.
Also, yeah, things are getting interesting.
I had the feeling.
Yeah.
And he kind of, as he's walking out, like with you following, he still got his arm over your shoulder, and he goes, "By the way, an uneducated guess, but I don't want to. I didn't want to ruin your friends. I don't think that's Phoenix egg.
It looked defeated. Oh, what do you think it is?
I have no clue, but I don't think it's the
Okay,
Phoenix egg.
we'll see.
As far as I know, Phoenix eggs are big and molten looking and make their own heat. Maybe it's a variant of something, but
Who knows? It's something.
let me know if you want to do anything while you're in town.
I mean, absolutely. If you find anything about a library too, just let us know.
I'll probably wait until morning to do that, but
Oh yeah,
feel,
don't
feel
no
like
rush.
if I go knocking on someone's door right now, I might get the butt of a blade.
Probably.
Good night. I hope you'll find everything you'll need.
She'd head back up.
He sort of waves as he turns around and waves from the entrance of the tavern before closing the door.
DM,
Yes.
before I go to sleep, can I try and find one of those little auto mailing station things?
Sure. Make an investigation check.
Oh boy.
Everybody sending notes.
Everybody
Yep.
sending information.
17.
17. It takes a little bit. You have to go into a bit of the nicer portion of the city. You have to go towards the. You actually find one and track your way back to the Imperial Plaza, where there's a few at the corners of the where right before
Yeah.
it enters back into town. Approach one, and the strange torso of an automaton whirs to life as you approach.
All right. So how
Here, welcome. The a drawer slide out, like towards you, like almost like a cashier's drawer. 50 gold coins in any denomination, please.
oh dear. And I'll spend a couple of minutes making sure that I've got the right coins as I count out 50.
Okay. Yeah.
I do in fact have more than 50 gold,
Okay.
so we're good here.
Yeah, and so you do put 50 gold coins worth of coinage into the machine.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just making sure. The tray slides back in after you seem to stop putting coins in it, and you hear it counting.
I'm just while it's counting, I'm just like, oh, please let me have the.
A second tray slides up from underneath, and a small tube with a precariously positioned orange crystal sits above it. Please speak your message into the crystal, then place it into the device and twist the cap closed.
All right, I will take the crystal and tube. Question for my own sake: is there a word limit?
I believe it's 1,000 words.
Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm good.
Yeah. I believe that is what I
Now,
said before.
Brandon knows this. Knows what I'm messaging. Should I just message it to you, or should I read this aloud?
It's up to you.
I'll read this aloud and let. I think at least Rose have a problem with it.
Oh boy.
To the great Torringeth.
Oh no.
It would be presumptuous of me to think that I, a wanderer, could petition one as grand as yourself for a favor. But there are few left in the world who have the information I seek, and I only know of two. As you are the least likely to eat me for this, I'll take my chance. I'm seeking information on someone I knew before the waters rose and the mountain peaks became islands. She took a great many things from me, and I want to find her, not for vengeance, but for closure. As I remember hearing your name among the ancient dwarven clans, I know you were here when the oceans were green valleys and ancient pines. Were you to accept this petition, I would return the boon as is customary, a favor in kind, though I know not what a wanderer with little knowledge of this new magic can offer you. I leave the method of returning a response to your discretion. I am traveling with a group, the Starlight's Call, in the western reaches of your domain, that we shall soon be traveling to the east. I didn't. I forgot to end it. Humbly yours, Willow of Winter's Edge. And I will
Okay.
stop, cap it, put it back in the machine,
Okay. But,
or
yeah.
whatever.
Yeah, you place it back in the tray, and you watch as it begins to float up as this orb of wind begins to surround it. Let me see this. Torngeth chosen as the designated, redirecting to Torngeth's Office of Communications. And you watch as it hovers and floats away. The device flies away at a high speed.
I was gonna say he gets so much hate mail. Like there's no way.
Oh, he probably gets a lot of hate mail.
Like
And then after a second, you get a, will that be all, ma'am?
Thank you. And I will leave.
Thank you for using Westwind Communications. May the West Wind guide your path. The machine shuts down. The eyes go dark.
I will leave and go to
when do you think that those robots are gonna revolt?
probably never. They don't have legs.
We can revolt without legs. It's a sending robot. It has a lot of power.
It does.
It's got up to 9th level spells, but it can only send sending.
Yeah, its spell list has one spell and it's
Yeah.
sending.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm gonna have to use one of these things eventually so I can realize that they might have a tie to Zephyr.
Mm.
Because I just realized, oh, West Wind. Isn't that Zephyr?
I mean, that could be a postal service for all we know.
I'm pretty sure it is, but also something about that just strikes me as which I'm trying to remember which one because I know Zephyr was one of the Greek gods of the wind.
Yeah, Zephyrus or Zephyrus was the Greek god of the West Wind.
I'm so glad we have an encyclopedia in the chat. That's not a dig. I'm actually happy we have an encyclopedia in the chat.
Yeah.
Yep. The other ones are Boreas, Auster, and Eurus.
Yeah.
Eurus.
Yeah. I always pronounce it Eurus, but you know.
Eurus. Yeah, it's probably Eurus.
But yeah, you go on your merry way. You know, feel like that message might, you know, might be taken more positively than.
I hope it will be because otherwise, I mean, I was purposefully vague in my language there for a reason.
Yeah. You begin to hear the Elden Ring dragon music.
No. It's just hilarious because I've never heard the Elden Ring dragon music. I'm not playing this game.
Honestly, with you, I tune out the music when I'm in boss fights.
See, my brain didn't go to the Elden Ring one; it went to Calamite.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I went to the Skyrim one because, you know.
I don't actually ever pay attention to the music if I fight a dragon because I'm usually too busy not dying.
Yeah.
I mean, I get bad at it. Okay.
That's you know. Let me see.
All right, let's roll support.
Let's do Pancake. Come here.
Oh my god, nuclear option!
Oh no.
Here we go.
Pancake.
There we go.
I need to turn up pancake. Okay, yes, I see how this will be
Demonetized.
affected with the dragon. Yeah,
It's fine.
it's fine.
Tons of people are playing Elden Ring. You think all of them are getting struck for playing the dragon boss theme?
Probably. Well, I don't know. Is whatever company made Elden Ring as litigious as Nintendo?
FromSoft's not
Bandai.
usually bad about.
Well, I think FromSoft made it, but Bandai published it. Anyways.
It will be several days until I figure out if that worked or not.
Or longer.
Or longer.
Well, it depends. What was the capital again?
Elder Vein.
Elder Ring, yeah.
I don't remember how far east that was.
I need to move my notes over to my laptop.
I mean, I'm just guessing based off the fact that, like, to send it to Betty's mom, who was, like, just a bit further east than Elder Vein, it was gonna be like 4 days.
To show the chat, we have a well,
So he said it was going to
Locality
be a
map.
day. He said it could be up to 3, depending on where they're.
As long as they're not across the world. get to anywhere in the Van Dash Isles within 4 days. So from Jehesta to Eldervane, probably just over a day.
All right. I mean, so yeah, a couple of days because it's got to go through his secretary.
So to show the class, we are in Jehesta right here, and Eldervane is over here. Jehesta, Eldervane. And I believe this map is still to scale. Roughly 500 miles, 440-ish miles.
And I would walk 500 more.
As long as you can get a car, I think we can
I
make
would
it.
walk 480 miles, and I would walk 520 more.
You know,
I'm still real
Because the
confused
scaling, that's how it works here.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm also just
Okay.
real confused how how it took 6 days to get from Vassal City to Jehesta, but only a day to get from Vassal City to that Warmire swamp area.
I'm
Uh.
gonna imagine that we were only like here.
Y'all, I
yeah,
mean,
this entire thing is a swamp.
yeah. I mean, y'all literally only got like, you know,
Barely in there.
barely into the swamp. I just put the dot there because
Yeah.
there.
At least it's on the swamp. Okay, anyways, we sleep and the next day happens.
Have a fine, lovely rest. Find yourselves all empowered from the day's well rest before, and find yourselves ready and able to tackle the next day's challenges as well. Finish a long rest.
Dun, 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 dun,
Dun,
Say at
dun,
some
dun,
point
dun.
during the long rest.
What was that?
I think at some point during the long rest,
Okay.
well, besides reading the book, and I don't care when I get that info, or skimming the book anyway,
Yeah.
because I'm looking for something specific. I want to take the egg out and let it get like to what I assume its natural temperature would be,
Okay.
and then kind of like press it against my neck so I would like feel any potential pulse.
Make a perception.
I still think we should throw it in the fireplace.
Dude, I think that's such a bad idea.
I
I
think
do, I
it's
do too, but I
actually
think it would be.
Ooh,
5.
very low.
Focus on any sound or any feeling of movement or anything. You seem to feel anything. But I would say it goes from probably like a blistering 185 degrees from inside the cage to like 85-ish after like an hour just sitting there. Seems to hold
Still
heat
warm.
rather well.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Okay.
it doesn't seem to get any cooler than that. Unless you want to leave it out overnight. See what
No, I'll not until we know more about it.
Yeah.
I don't know if being cold will kill it or not. Being warm, it stayed alive, so that's what I'll do for now.
While we're on that subject, instead of drinking out of the flask, can I try and commune with Helen directly?
Make a religion check.
Religion.
Yeah.
Wait, they're all the same functional. Eleven.
Even?
11.
Fortunately, you don't seem to get a response.
11.
But yeah, that's all.
you all wake up whenever you wish. There's not really time frame for you to do anything. Characters. The day is yours. You
Up
wish
with
to
the sun. Morning prayer to Paylor.
do-
My number one. And then I'm downstairs eating breakfast, waiting for the rest.
Betty'd probably be up earlier.
Willow gets up before all of you. You wake up, Willow has been awake for 4 hours.
Just vibing.
I mean, Betty doesn't get up at like 10. Like Betty gets up at like a reasonable hour.
All right. Everyone ready? Gonna be a lot of boring reading today, I think.
Yeah. I gotta go pick a couple things up from the blacksmith too.
When did you commission it? Yesterday? Do you think it'll be
Yeah.
done?
I mean, it was just a couple engravings. They said today, right?
You're not sure?
I don't know
I'm
what
sure
they said.
I'm
I wasn't
pretty sure
there.
they said today. Like, I'm 90% sure they said today.
So I will challenge you on one thing. There's no such thing as boring reading.
What are you talking about? Have you read a book?
Yes, many hundreds.
Hundreds.
Yes.
You're not dead?
I mean,
No.
she's just a nerd.
Stronger will than I'd ever have.
Look, that's how you show off power. Is you have a very well kept, organized library.
Are nerds powerful?
I think you show off power by telling someone to lick the ground and they do it.
I really don't want to get into this argument. That is not going to be any good way to end this. Betty, if you want to go to the forge, I'll go with you.
Alright.
Well, if it's on the way, we'll all just swing by.
Yeah.
If not, we'll meet you there.
Or it's just a bit past what everyone's call.
Gotcha.
Y'all don't. I mean, if y'all are headed to the Wyvern's Call, yeah, it's past. So there's
Yeah, so
nowhere
you
any
guys
actively where any libraries or personal collections or anything.
No, we're doing Wyvern's Call first.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, did we get an idea where werewolves... Where was it?
The
Under
angry werewolf.
Jehesta's
Frankie.
Perch, so there is a section of the city that is under Jehesta's Perch there.
Okay.
It's usually preferred by the drow and the kobold and those sorts of folk, as it's half of the daylight of the day.
Okay.
'Cause it's directly
All
underneath.
the subterranean species.
Mm-hmm.
All right. We walk briskly.
All right, so
Hopefully, they have pictures in those books because
you're splitting up 2 and 2 to Wyvern's Call Cobalt Forge.
Yeah, I mean, we're just gonna be picking stuff up, so it's gonna be very quick. I imagine.
Yep. Wyvern's Call. Let's go.
Okay. I will do the Cobalt's Forge for pretty simple. Yeah, you arrive and the handle has been affixed to your little mithril tip of the sword that you had, and the engravings are done for you. And Sabin, were you picking something up as well? I don't remember. The
Trying to remember if the armor was one of the things I had to pick up later, if that was done.
no, that would be done by now. No, I was trying to remember if it was Betty's armor that was the damaged one she sold. Okay. I was
Sold that, yeah. Also,
I
I'm
was
gonna
try-
use Divine Sense just to make sure that the undead lingering is still in there.
Very faintly, but yeah.
But it's still the same as it was.
Yeah.
Do I get it from the
as
flash?
you do that? Much more significantly from the oh my god, what is it? The
Flask?
flask. Yeah.
Okay.
Same sort of energy, different feeling though. But definitely flares as undead with yourself.
Betty's just gonna, yeah, as she leaves, she's gonna pick up the flask and she's like, "We're gonna have a conversation, whether you like it or not."
Silence greets you, but
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just threatening it.
you all are able to pick up your things.
So I think I'm gonna go grab something. Saw it yesterday when I was looking around a bit further in, so it'll be a bit of a delay getting back to the Wyvern's Call, but you're welcome to join or head back.
All right, I'll probably head back and meet you there.
Alright, sounds good.
I'm assuming that means you're heading into the Golden Sun district.
Yep.
Oh boy.
Are you heading where I think you are, or are you looking for something else?
I think you know where I'm going.
Oh.
You know what? I want Betty to come for this.
I don't know.
Please.
Alright, you two set off. to go to look for things. You two at the Wyvern's Call. You enter early morning. The seems like the ones out late are just getting in and sort of like setting things down and making trades and talking at the counter with the proprietor and the guard to the stairs up top. But the ones that are just waking up are sitting there drinking coffee and eating small like fruit pies and things, getting ready for their day, doing what they do best. But as you walk in, the proprietor behind the counters, it catches your eye. Oh, good, you're awake. We don't have what you requested yet, and he kind of like does a little not so subtle wink, but we should have it today by about just after noon. So,
Well, depending how day goes, we might be here that long. I'm actually looking for
Will's gonna lean over to help. We request.
You were at the meeting.
We request anything?
Yeah, payment.
Oh, I just thought that
It wasn't for
given.
free.
Well, now I know that. I didn't know we had to request anything.
Okay.
well,
Unless I'm
make an
forgetting
insight check.
something. Who?
Through
That's
me or
Willow make an insight check.
Alrighty. See where that gets
Is
me.
there something else?
Brent, I'm gonna message you something.
Oh no, it was almost a 20.
Yeah, it was cocked.
Okay, it's that, right? Brent, it's that, right?
10.
Did we request anything?
Yes.
I mean,
Okay, I'm glad I'm not
you
fucking
requested
going crazy.
something, but
Yeah, I requested the armor.
It's two things, yeah. Yes. Even with a 10, he was trying to be subtle and not say what you requested.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
I got okay. Subtlety.
There's lots of there's lots of people here who really like to have that much money come into their pockets.
Understood.
Sort of been, or studded black dragon leather armor. So
Understood.
Gotcha.
It takes a second, but Willow's. Oh right, because different culture.
he nods, and continues talking to the people that are at the counter currently.
If you want to get started searching Willow, I'm gonna run some questions by this man after he's cleared up. Maybe get pointed
Alright.
in the right direction.
Time to do what I do best, and I will go locate the bestiary and start paging through to see what creatures lay eggs small enough for this.
Egg.
You
And I'm going to wait for the man to have no one at the counter, or at least a moment
okay.
of no one, so I could have a one-on-one.
Okay. You Willow, you head upstairs, and Hessel, you wait. There's like 3 people in front of you, but it looks like they're all part of the same. Once they're done asking questions and stuff, you should be set. Willow, you head upstairs to the and direct yourself to the one of what is 11 books that are changed to the center table, and find the one of avian and flying beast and monstrosity sort of creatures.
Excellent. At least I don't have to page through like bipedal
Yeah.
monsters.
Make me an investigation check.
Oh boy, that's only a +4. Oh please be good. Ten.
Man, you look through this and you're like, man, there's a lot of things that could, lay a nondescript black egg.
I mean, I will literally start making a list.
Yeah, I mean, from, sort of pterodactyl-like creatures, and you're able to rule out a few like rocks from their description. This is not no 8-foot egg, so
Yeah, like I'm looking for things where like it would be conceivable for the egg to be roughly ostrich-sized, but also things associated with heat. So I think
you begin to search. I would say with that roll and description, you come up with lots of things that lay eggs of that size, but not of shape related to heat. You don't seem to find any.
All right. I'll just keep flipping through the pages, hoping to spot something until Hessel gets up here.
Okay. Also, you wait about 10 minutes of this trio of people arguing over like literal coppers, trying to haggle with this guy, and he's not he's just not having it after a while. And he's take it or leave it. I don't give a shit anymore. Just this is the price I am willing to take for these items that you brought in, which are not great. They're already starting to stink a little. Just either take the money or go. And then it just, oh, come on. We just need another silver. You can, and he's like, okay. And he just shoves the stuff that they have in front off of the counter in front of him. I don't want it. Go. Bye. They leave in a bit of a huff.
Rip them.
They pick up their and as they pass the that smell of not quite rotten meat, but like it's been like a day too long uh, for it to be fresh. Sort of like that ground beef smell.
Gotcha.
And
Ugh.
yeah, they're just carrying like this thick leather sack that's sort of red stained. And they shove everything back in it and shove their way past you out of the doors.
I wasn't even aware y'all dealt in silver.
He leans on the counter, puts his elbows, and puts his chin on his hands, and goes, "Not everyone comes in here with a goddamn dragon, so yeah, sometimes they just come in here with, a dire wolf that, well, I'm pretty sure is just a dog."
Alright, well, I'm hoping you might be able to assist me and mine. If nothing else, maybe point us in the right direction.
I help you with.
Well,
Sits up straight.
without putting it into too many words, our accomplishments have obviously drawn a great deal of attention. And a request has been floated out to locate something. I'm hoping you might be able to tell me what it is. They're being rather tight-lipped, and I think that's kind of the, well, part of the challenge, I guess.
What is this? I mean, we just deal in monster stuff and things related to monsters. Is that what you're requesting? Or are you
Hoping to find some info on what might lay and where I could find a specific egg.
egg?
And I describe it to him without actually showing him, because if this is something insane, no one needs to know we have it.
He begins to think about it. I roll nature check for this guy. He's pretty good.
And I will also, I don't know if this will help give him advantage or whatever, but I will grant him that we've at least figured out that it is somewhat elemental and somewhat avian in nature.
I will say that with the description, if you wish to give him the help action, you can to give him
Sure.
advantage.
Yeah.
Plus 7. 20. Yes.
That's good.
Now the black part is what's confusing me. It sort of sounds like a sandhawk.
Sandhawk. Unfamiliar.
They're from the elemental plane of earth and sand. They start out rather small. A baby that was probably the size of like a pygmy falcon or a kestrel, that sort of size. So they grow into rather large birds. I haven't heard any reports on any being in the Ancients' wilderness. If you've got a private source, I'll leave that be, but as far as I know, I didn't know that we had any here. You see, they rather like hot, sandy locations, that sort of thing.
I see. Well, it's more than I had. At least narrow down our search, but would anything be in the bestiary about this, or no, given the fact that they don't seem to be local?
We do have an entry, but I don't think it has a picture or anything. Yeah, wouldn't really put in any prices. It's not something I come across very often. Compare with, but I mean, if you're willing to sell us parts or eggs or whatever, we can definitely come up with a price. a rather rare creature around here. Sure. Plenty of willing to pretty penny for elemental egg.
Alright, I'll keep that in mind. And I'll give him a nod and make my way upstairs.
He nods back and sort of leans over the counter and just sort of watches you walk upstairs.
Sandhawk, but color is off. Maybe you said it had like a green tint?
Mm-hmm. It's like a black with just like yeah, like
emu egg color.
No, it's like a slate, like asphalt gray black, but like has this undertone of like a dark rich green, like a forest green. Like if you were to take forest green and shove the saturation slider almost all the way down.
Okay. Yeah. I'll see if we can find anything in that entry that might help us. But if they like heat, egg or a cage is probably good.
Just to give you a color right there. Just to give you a visual representation, I'll post this in picture refs as a color swatch. Give you a
Okay.
So
Yeah,
I don't
that is
remember.
like emu eggs.
Is it? I thought
Did you say it was? Did you say it was kind of iridescent?
No.
Or no.
It's
okay.
pretty flat.
It's flat. It's like a matte.
Yeah, it's like a matte.
Okay.
Yeah, but just like craggly and.
Okay.
Okay, actually, yeah. I'm thinking of cassowary eggs.
Oh, but the cassowary eggs that are lime green.
Yeah. I was like, no, not quite.
Yeah, no, emu eggs are a really nice color.
Yeah.
Do you think that we could win against this
Forbidden
in an arm wrestling
avocado.
competition?
No, Rose, do not start it. Do not.
Yeah, I was thinking.
She's trying to start the "can you arm wrestle a cassowary" argument that's been going on in this chat for like literally 3 years.
Yeah. So yeah. Yes. Emu egg color, but instead of that like bluish freckling, like that dark green.
Okay. But yeah, do not start the cassowary argument again.
I desperately want to, though.
Stop! We've already reached the conclusion. The boys will not understand that it will not work.
I know.
And that's why girls live longer.
That is true. That is why girls
Yeah.
live longer.
Yes.
Wait, so you agree that we're right
Yes, absolutely.
about everything?
I'm gonna fight you. Rocks will fall, but only Benny will die. Because flying
Rocks fall,
types are
Benny
weak
dies.
against rock damage.
Fucking Pokemon.
Alright. Yeah, you yeah, that is what you find as you head upstairs to Willow, who is sort of calmly flipping between pages and has a list written on a scratch piece of paper of about 40 different eggs that potentially could fit.
Alright, throw that away and look up Sandhawk.
All right, that was abrupt. All right, I will not throw away the piece of paper. I will put it in my pocket and to dispose of in the fire later.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, you
then
can-
I will look up Sandhawk.
Giant swans and hawks and eagles and that sort of thing all have eggs about this size. But yeah, you place your scratch paper in your pocket, and you flip through this alphabetized book to Sandhawk, which does have a description, a written description, no picture, unlike the other entries in this book. Like said before, Sandhawk is a elemental creature that's found in the elemental planes of earth and sand primarily. They have been known to live on the coasts in the prime material as they come through every now and then. Of a rich red and a terracotta color. They are mostly known for, they're predatory birds like most other creatures. They do definitely stay away from the water, though. They are known for having a glittery silica sort of deposit as they pass by, so it sort of catches the light every now and then with reds and yellows. This little grainy crystalline sand that falls from them from time to time. Yeah, they get pretty big, probably to about a 15-foot wingspan.
Jeez.
And they're able to carry a full-grown human or two if needed. As they are elemental in nature and seem to not obey the laws of gravity or physics or anything in this world. But that is magic for you.
Mm-hmm. Does it say anything about nesting conditions?
Other than, they like warm climates, they like beaches and coastlines.
Buried in hot sand, I would guess.
They're not,
Oh, maybe we put the cage in a bucket of sand.
I hate that was also what I was going to suggest.
Maybe.
It might work.
We could try it.
Yeah.
See if there's a reaction.
just plenty
Worst
of
thing
sand.
that happens
Do we
is
want a
nothing.
bird? I mean, I want this desperately, but I'm just saying, is this a good idea?
I mean, good idea, debatable.
fun.
Should we? Probably.
Yeah, at this point, it's like I kind of want to see where this goes.
Oh yeah.
I don't want to be like, okay, coin, please.
I mean, hell no, I don't want to sell them. I'm not gonna. I won't let you.
I won't let you. Rose, you
eat it.
can't fall in love with the thing.
I mean,
that you don't
I feel like this is like there's the thing like the sunk cost fallacy, but I don't think this is a fallacy because we did like trash a magic item to get this egg. So, granted, it was a magic item that I think only one NPC could use, but
DC?
Oh yeah, Travis is super fire.
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, I mean,
was a
Saywin
lot of
could have
fire.
used it as well.
Yeah, and like
Does anyone
technically,
have
Lilith could
fire
have used
spells?
it. They were
No.
mostly lightning.
Let's see.
Because it adds a D4 to fire spells. Is what it does.
Mm-hmm.
But
See.
I'd argue that that's almost not worth it, considering it takes up an attunement.
Well, as soon as it's hatched, it's free. Someone can
Yeah.
use it.
Yeah.
Unless it dies outside of the heat, then it'll need to sleep in the cage.
Yeah.
But I doubt that's
Well,
the case.
the cage will definitely not be able to hold it for very long. It's a very, very small cage.
His name's Reggie.
But yeah, the cage is only
No, we're not
occupied so
naming
long as we
the
have
thing
the
that
egg.
hasn't hatched yet.
His name's Reggie.
And
That's not true.
and if we name it, we're not gonna name it Reggie. Reggie
He's
is the
Reggie.
worst name.
He's Reggie, and he's made of rocks. Reggie the Rock.
No.
Why not coal? 'Cause he's made of
Absolutely.
rocks.
No, we can have debates about naming things like we normally do, but we're not naming it fucking Reggie Rock.
No, his name is Reggie. Not
No,
Reggie Rock,
we have
Reggie.
one bird that's a pun. We don't need two. This is one of the hills I will die on.
What about John Cena?
You know, I'll vote for that.
No! What's wrong with you two? Anyways.
Because you can't see what The Rock is cooking.
What? You're insane.
Oh my god, no!
I'm just combining shit just to be dumb.
I mean, yeah, you are.
We're 2 hours into this session.
No, we're
and
good. We keep going.
Yeah. Well, no, we're
Things are
fine. I'm just having a goof, a gaff, a laugh, a giggle. Fine.
Shut up!
I was moving on.
No, you weren't. You
I
were taking...
was. But yeah, that's the information you find. Betty and Saywin.
All right. So first things first, actually, because I didn't summon Crest yesterday. I feel bad about that because I said I would. I'm gonna do that again now, and not in a way that's alarming to the public.
Okay, how are you doing this that is not an alarming way? You're in a public city.
Is there like an alley or something?
There are alleys, yeah.
I'm going to an alley or something and do it.
Okay. Roll me an investigation check to find an alley that won't get your creature stuck in it.
Could you imagine?
Yes, I can. That's why I said it. Oh boy.
Oh wait, no, I rolled two. I thought it was
Oh, okay. I was like,
okay. Oh, thank God.
scare me. Stop wasting your ones. Okay. Yeah, you find a small like back alley section that has access to the backs of buildings and stuff like that. That has a walkway that would be wide enough for any.
Okay, I'm gonna summon my Elvis because I need talkies. I need a
Yeah.
talking brood. I need my sassy boy.
You summon him, and he sort of stretches out his giant wings after you take the 10 minutes to summon him. Oh, I miss my wings. Oh, you owe me a massage. That chariot was rather heavy.
I mean, yeah, it was. Thank you for helping, but yeah, it was kind of a pain in the ass.
Why did I help you so? He squints and narrows his eyes at you.
Were you asking me if I know how this works? Because I don't.
Leader doesn't know how to lead. X. What are we doing? Where are we?
We're in town. We're gonna go. What? Say when were we doing?
Saw some musical instruments that seemed interesting, and I kind of want to grab one because I need something to do when while everyone else is putzing about.
All right, I guess we're doing that. We were gonna go look at a bird egg, but this seems that'll be fine. We'll do this.
I mean, you wanted to come along.
Oh no, I desperately want to come along. I don't want to read a book. I really don't.
Actively avoiding homework.
In the purple, Betty.
Yeah, part for the course. Alright. You all stop in front of this giant, compared to the other stores that are, you know, home size sort of stores, or, you know, maybe 2 stories. this 30-foot tall, highly decorated, sort of like the facade is like the front is a facade of a castle with little parapets that come off of the top. This is White Wolf Industries. Some nearly 30-foot building sits in front of you and stretches comparably about 7 buildings wide in total.
You know, I don't remember this building being quite so ostentatious yesterday.
I don't know what the fuck you found. But, oh boy.
Alright. I'm gonna go in and find those instruments that I was looking at.
Yep, you head inside the building and make your way back to the musical section of the store. It's pretty crowded again in here, especially the toy section towards the front of the building. It seems to have been put right between the 2 entrances on the left and right hand side, so you have to pass it when you enter and you have to pass it when you leave. But you circumnavigate the
I imagine the bird can't fit in here, right?
no, as you approach the building, there is sort of like a, not quite a bouncer, but not quite a greeter either. A man is standing out there. I'm sorry, ma'am, but can't have pets in the store. There is, and he points to the side where there's horses tied up. You could bard your horse there if you need to.
Yep. Sorry. She's gonna put Crest over there.
Yeah. Crest walks over. The horse begins to inspect him and he mimics a neigh at the horse, and the horse like whips its head hard away from he goes curls up.
Okay, Betty's gonna leave him. Alright, don't get anything that's gonna get me arrested.
I'm just a simple bird. I don't know what you're talking about.
Good boy. Okay. Can I go?
You hear, I wonder what horse tastes like.
Oh no! Be fine.
Sure they will
Be fine.
be. The beak is not for finding nuts.
I know. It'll be fine.
You follow Saywin inside. They seem to know where they're going. And you come to a rather crowded selection.
Actually, are there any fun toys?
There's lots of fun toys. I won't go into the fun toys, but
What's the most popular?
you can't tell. There's probably 100 people in a space that would fit like 40.
My
Trying
lord.
to like shuffle and move and like, the aisles in the toy section are a little bit wider than the rest of the places in the store, but even still it's like 3 wide of people trying to like get through to certain areas, so you're not sure what the most popular is, but yo-yos and these little like there's a section that's cordoned off that seems to have a lot of kids like going towards it with little smaller aether stones on it, little flying airships, and little like wagons that pull themselves with like the horse legs that move, and those seem to be like the higher end toys that people want. There's little like build it yourself knight armor kits of little like tin toys that you can
Oh.
put together and like customize, and they have little sachets of paint that come with them, and you can paint your own things, and just a buffet of children's delight. The yo-yos and little like zingy toys and little like noisemakers galore.
Betty is going to immediately get overwhelmed by all of that and go.
Yeah, and as you walk away, the sound of children shouting and aggressively trying to convince parents to buy the 40 gold flying airship.
What kind of fucking monster made this place?
I hate you. Yeah, you come to a still rather busy, but not quite as busy section of selling instruments, some meant for children, all the way up to some very advanced, sophisticated bard implements to seemingly in design, not in enchantment, to rival even the bardic instrument.
Mm. Alright. This place is certainly something.
Aye, it's rather chaotic.
Yeah.
Um, rather just find something that fits what I'm looking for, and then get out of here.
Yeah, probably a good idea. It's very crowded.
Maybe go down to the docks afterwards if they don't need us over at Wyvern's Call.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm
Is
gonna.
there a weapon section that Betty can go to? Well, say one does this.
There is not.
Okay.
There's.
I would be weird if they sold guns at the toy store.
Yeah, this seems to be more home decor. Things
So
of
it's like
that.
a home good.
It's,
There-
home goods, toys, instruments, clothing. That sort. Weird J.C. Penney's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? Is there anything monkey oriented that looks
Oh,
relatively?
roll me a D100.
I want to know. I'm not giving this up. 50.
50. There's a couple
didn't-
monkey related things. There's a fantasy version of a denim jacket that just says monkeying around on the back. There's a chair that's it's meant for children. It's sort of like a little recliner chair that looks like a monkey face.
Nice.
And you pull a little easy boy lever on the side, and the monkey's tongue sticks out.
Nice. That's that's pretty quality.
But I mean, yeah,
I'm worried how much of this is improv and how much of this you wrote
There's
down.
a couple of everything I do is improv. Every single thing.
And that way,
Rose?
our chaotic stupidity cannot derail the plan.
That's true.
If there is no plan, you can't derail the plan. Rose?
Mhm.
I will take this opportunity to remind you that not only did Arnaud say that the next time you brought a monkey item on the ship, he was going to lob it at your head, but Betty did promise to not.
I said I wouldn't bring. What did I say I wouldn't bring?
Give me 1 second.
What happened?
I think we broke the DM.
Okay.
It's that time of the day.
I want to get him like a really nice jacket. I want to get him something actually quality though.
Then why are you looking for monkey stuff?
Because it's funny that way. It's still kind of cheeky, but it could be nice.
I don't think, unless you commission something, that you're going to be able to find something that is quality and has a monkey embroidered on it.
You know, that's the kind of the anti.
Yeah, they're the antithesis of one another.
Yeah.
Quality and monkey embroidery seldom go together.
Do you think there's like Ed Hardy stuff here?
I don't know. I barely know what Ed Hardy stuff means.
Things with like flaming tigers on them.
Ugh.
It's not good.
No, you didn't break me. I muted my mic to sneeze and had to go pull my nose real quick.
That's no, he's broken.
Damn allergies.
Yeah,
It's
does that
warming
sound-
up here in Texas. I keep flip-flopping between like 25 degrees and 78, so you know, my sinuses are a little.
That's not nearly as bad as where I'm at. It's going between 2 and 40.
Gross.
I mean, it's
Man,
still
I wish
staying
you spoke in
cold.
real numbers.
40 is warm.
40's not warm.
40 is very warm. I'm gonna be out there in shorts and a t-shirt.
You're a heat machine. It doesn't count.
It was, oh god, it's like 1 degree today, and like I was outside for like a while. It was nice. It was really nice.
Yeah, 'cause you haven't been able to be outside in months.
Here's the thing. Going outside when it is above freezing, my fingers don't freeze, so I can actually be outside for an extended period of time.
Yeah, no,
and-
it's amazing.
yeah.
So yeah, but it's still not warm. It's a livable temperature.
No, dude, it's warm. Trust me. The house was like 24 today.
When
Anyway,
you're dealing with freezing
24
and
Celsius. I don't know what that is in your fucking.
Like 70-ish.
no, that's higher than 70, I think.
Mm.
It's like 75 or 70.
But yeah, those.
Anyway, do they have any good quality monkey shit?
I mean, most of the monkey stuff is for children. There's some
Oh.
there's some. You could call them nice, like monkey wool socks that have little monkey faces on them.
Do they look like they come in adult man sizes?
They do come in adult men's sizes.
How much are they?
They are 2 silver.
Gotta get some fucking socks.
Yeah, and they have little like monkey feet on the bottom of them.
That's excellent, actually. I love that.
Yeah, everything here seems to be of high quality. Just you know, a lot of it's designated for children. A lot of it's designated for like the fun uncle sort of like adults.
I buy the monkey socks and I go over to Sawan.
Okay. One purchase of monkey socks later. Return to Saywin, who
Someone's testing the am I allowed to, what are they called? Aetherite guitars?
yeah,
Guitars?
Aetherite guitars.
Alright. Yeah, Saywin's just testing all of the they're testing different guitars, seeing which ones feel good.
There's
Style?
what was that?
Exactly used to this style. It's a bit different than what I've played before. Not that I'm particularly good at it, but it's feels pretty good.
Yeah, they're all really really high quality, well made, well picked wood. No splitting or anything. It seemed to be sealed rather well. The device, there seems to be the Aether Stone is affixed to the top of this little device, but at the moment has this like leather strap around it that has it tied down so you can't turn it up over what it looks like the 2 mark. But Yeah, adjusting it between 0 and 2. The Aetheryte Stone seems to be working as a built-in amplifier.
That's pretty nifty.
Yeah, it's rather. I'm used to it just being a hollow box that the sound or that makes it louder, not magic.
Yeah, I've honestly not ever seen anything like this, so I can't really. Some weird shit here. I got socks.
Are you sure those aren't gonna? I see those are a bit monkey. Are you sure our nose not gonna have a problem with you bringing those back on the boat?
I mean, they're not scary. I thought they were a little
Mm.
cute.
If you like monkeys, yeah.
I don't know. Just shrug. I mean, yeah. I can't really wear socks.
Are you getting them for Arno?
No.
What are you getting them for?
So, what kind of guitar do you want?
Deflect.
Let's see. What? I'm trying to think of what Saywin would want in a guitar. Something probably pretty plain, so probably just a stained wood look. Um, and something that would have enough of a range to get the um, Zephyr song. That was
Mm-hmm. Um, um, sort of have to do a little bit of converting, play it, but I mean, for the most part, any of these Aetheryte guitars would have a wide range because you can see they do have small little, or everything but the base model has these little adjusters on it. There's like 3 little slidey bars that seem to be able to adjust uh, uh, how the Aetheryte is amplifying the sound, sort of tweak it just slightly. So there's a lot of range to this thing.
so it's got bass treble and or bass mid and treble.
Yeah. I was trying to say it in a fantasy way, but yes.
Yeah. All right then. Probably something. Hmm, is there any that are just kind of like varnished wood?
Yeah. There's a couple that are. One's a lighter, like a sort of like a polished white oak with like brass um, instrumentation on it, and the other's like a dark wood with a deeper cobalt cobalt plated sort of look to it.
Hmm. That one sounds kind of like the look of this one. The darker cobalt
Betty,
looks what
Betty, take a look at it. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty.
I
They all look like they're pretty good quality. I think. I don't know.
I mean, yeah, even just like a general glance over everything, it seems to be,
Yeah.
made very well quality.
I don't know much about the. I don't know a whole lot about the actual instrument itself, but the woodwork on this is quite clean.
Well, yeah, I think if that's what you want to go for, go ahead.
That that model has a tag on it for 55 gold pieces.
Okay, I'm gonna buy it.
Yeah. And
Uh,
you would know that, probably about, about 3 times as much as like a regular guitar, but this seems to have a lot more ability to it.
I'm also intrigued by the aetherite stone or aether stone.
Yeah.
Patent
Well, if
pending.
I-
Or actually, patent granted. Let's be real.
Well, she does not. She does not own Aether Stones. So
No, for sure, they're still guitars.
she does own Aether Stone guitars.
Any are they selling any just regular old aether stones?
Not that you can see anywhere. Might have to ask somebody if they're selling them.
Do they have
Oh,
pet toys?
it could be, uh, it, I'll go up to I guess or whoever I'm buying
Yeah.
or buying the guitar from.
Yeah, you
It's
go
like,
up to the counter that's in the music section, and you place the
do you
Aetherite
by chance
guitar.
sell any extra aetherite stones? Um, I do a bit of traveling and would rather be able to fix something if it broke or have a backup if
The
something happens. I'm not able to get to a place where I can repair it.
young man behind the counter, you place it in front of him and say, we do have some. They're unfortunately rather low in stock. We sort of put them in the back room. Were you looking? How many were you looking to procure? They do last quite a while on this sort of device.
How much would does an aetherite stone run?
At the moment, supply low. They're 30 gold apiece.
I'll get two then.
Oh, okay. So with this and the so that'll be
I already took out the 55,
Okay.
so it's 60 for the two stones, right?
yeah, so, 115 gold total for this. Go get your stones. Takes the gold, puts it in the cash register, locks it, and walks off. Comes back with a pretty simple wooden box that has two of these penny-sized little glowing blue stones.
Thank you.
No problem. You have a wonderful day. Waves you off and I don't know why I didn't say this. I didn't ever think of it before, but when I was imagining this character that I just came up for this, I don't know why I just all of the employees are wearing white hats with little wolf ears.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Oh
It's
dear.
mandated.
Oh, I hate.
So I'm gonna see if I can get a pet toy for fucking. Even though he has 10 intelligence, is honestly as capable, if not capable, than a human. I'm gonna get a pet toy for the fucking bird.
Okay. Yeah. There would be. There's not really anything specifically meant for pets here, but there's lots of
I
things
mean, he's not a pet.
that a creature of that size could play with.
Yeah. I'm expecting him to shred it immediately, but
Little dolls and like the bouncy toys and I
I
don't
was get him
know.
like get him like a stuffed animal or something, like something small. Big,
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, you look around. There is one a waffles plushie left in stock.
Yeah, I'll just grab that.
Okay,
How much is it?
12 gold.
Oh my god! Betty just look at it for a second. I'm not paying for this, and then she just put it back.
Okay, it's the bigger of the model. It's like an almost 2 foot tall like stuffed animal.
Okay.
There are the other small ones. They're all 4 gold.
I'll take the little one.
Okay, who do you grab?
Like a little one.
There's a black haired girl with a breastplate. There's a blonde girl wearing like a white bardic costume of design. Has a little a lute on her back. There's a black straight haired man with snake eyes and cool wizard robes. There's a little bird.
Nah.
A little gray blue bird, like what looks like full plate on. And there's more and more as you go down.
Yeah.
There's little like looks like a little meatball with 3 eyes coming off of it. It just keeps. There's probably about 30 or so different designs.
I'll take the
Christ.
I'll take the little bluebird.
Okay.
Now that seems good enough.
Okay. I
And,
realized as I was thinking, I was like, I'm just not gonna. I'm gonna stop after.
Yeah.
At me?
She's a monster.
Yeah. There's
Yeah, she'll
there's
take the
one for
little bluebird.
Felicity, and there's one for like the paladin that followed August
You're
around.
really, oh my
Oh,
god.
yeah.
There's one for Damascena. It's like it just kept going.
You know what?
in
I'll
my
take a
head. I was-
I'll take a Damascena
There
one.
are, that's hilarious. There are action figures in White Wolf for characters from the last campaign that were not supposed to exist on the material plane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take a Damascena one because I feel like
Okay.
she'd think that one's cool.
Yeah, a black-haired woman with this sort of like feather attired black and blue robes with the flared and furled red to green eye makeup on that sort of like goes into the hair on each side. Yeah.
You'll get the little bluebird in that one.
Okay. Eight gold total.
Yeah.
8 gold and 2 silver for yourself.
8 gold and 2 silver.
Make sure to
She's
mark
not happy about this, but she's spending it.
You have your things, you check out, and are free to do what you wish in the city. Where are y'all going?
Well, we said we meet them at the thing, so we should probably go meet them at the thing, even though they're probably done already.
We should probably go back and check on how they're making out.
Yeah.
Sure.
Alright, so Crest.
You're heading
Let's
back to Wyvern's Call.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Were you gonna say something, Betty?
I was 8. Crest, let's go.
Oh. You an unbarred crest. Kind of hip checks the horses who all freak out as you leave. He kind of does that thing where the bird like a bird like sort of like scares something, gets excited, like flaps its wings a little bit and runs for a few steps before resettling.
All right. We go to the toy later.
Alright. Head to the white hole. Spoils from the white wolf. Castle Willow. You've found as much information as you're going to find here. What are y'all up?
Well, assuming this is accurate, and that we believe it's at least related to this creature, this could either be just freak coloration or something related to, but not this. So I'm not really sure how to proceed here.
Bucket of warm sand?
May as well try. I imagine the cage will warm it, though, mostly. We don't have to warm the sand.
Yeah. So, bucket of sand with the cage in.
I think so.
Alright, we need a bucket and we need sand.
Yeah. We're on the water. Sand shouldn't be terribly hard to come by.
Definitely not. No.
A bucket, and I don't know. Let's just walk outside.
I'll say you
All
can
right.
Well,
easily
they
procure a.
Yeah, this place sells materials. I don't know why they wouldn't have a bucket.
You
Do
have
they
a
also
bucket.
have sand?
They do have a bucket for 6 copper pieces.
All right. I don't have copper, so I pay in silver.
Okay.
I'm surprised I
You
have
receive
silver.
4 copper pieces in return.
All right.
Alright, I guess now to the
Well, they
shore.
said our items would be ready at noon. I don't know if we just want to hang around here until then.
Currently, probably about 10:30 in the morning.
You love reading so much, you could probably entertain yourself somewhere.
Certainly. I've got 2 books in my pack right now.
Wow.
And one of them, to be fair, I have to read for your benefit. You being the rest of you, not just specifically you.
I guess I could try reading as well. Ugh. And I pull out my book.
Yeah.
DM, do they also sell journals and maybe some charcoal pencils?
Yes.
Can I buy one of those?
Yeah. They have a few different varieties of things. Sorry, excuse me. But you the a 10 pack of charcoal sticks is a copper piece,
Okay.
and there are. Oh, help me. Oh yeah, just I want an airship.
I do, but
An airship.
I have to go through the list of things, and it's in alphabetical order. Okay, so they have like a sketching journal. Like 100 pages. It's sort of like a thinner material. That's 10 gold pieces, and they have like a full-on like leather-bound book that's 25. They do have just loose paper. I don't know if that's what you would prefer, but 5 silver for 20 pieces of loose paper.
I'll splurge on the bigger book so that I can hold many notes.
Okay. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
25 gold and 1 copper. I'll hand over 26 gold and I guess wait for
Yeah. You're
copper
handed back
range.
9 copper. But you do receive this thick leather-bound tome. It's probably at least 11 inches tall. Probably about 300, 400 pages of pressed smooth paper inside. Rather nice leather book.
All right, and I will get down to business. Writing my little abbreviated note for reasons,
Okay.
and I'll have open on the other side of where I'm sitting the guide to the Unseelie Realm
Okay.
that I picked up some time ago.
Alrighty. Well, and that. Um. Okay. Hessel, I can give you the information right now instead of writing it down. Other people would know, or I could give it to you secretly. It's up to you. Down and read your book.
I don't care either way.
Okay. The have uh part of this book particularly had a sense about describes give you piece parts. So it does start off uh, uh just describing the general enchantment, the sorts of roots. However, it does begin to describe a creature. Two creatures. They refer to can now actually read it. Creatures of the beast and the rake. Rake.
I hope I'm not the rake. That's pretty lame.
You certainly are a rake.
But it sort of goes between describing a wild-maned man, a powerful lithe build and taloned claw, and just a wild look in his eyes. Describes their need, their hunger to drink the life essence of other creatures by day. A well put together man of nobility. Slender hair, fine chiseled features, long flowing locks, dress well, never seen without, never seen without, their fineries on them. Seemingly a taste of wine. And begins to go on and describe a few other creatures. Memnol, Dagrabard, and Fauns. And they call them the Union of the Eclipse.
Okay.
They are the something called the Union of Eclipse. To seek,
Okay.
to blot out the sun, to turn the skies red.
Sounds pretty familiar. Weird. Alright. I mean, I make note of that page and so I can refer back to it if needed.
Okay.
And put away the book. Because I don't care about the rest of it.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. It just continues to describe other demons and stuff. Those are the finer points that you found.
Alright.
Well, you just or you'll. I'm assuming y'all are just sitting in the
Yeah.
Lobby.
yeah. Wyvern's Call, just waiting for your friends to get back from their
Yep.
tasks.
Show up.
Yeah. They eventually show up. It doesn't take them too long, but it was a fairly far.
I will run one more question by the front desk because
Okay.
I just remembered something that happened to me.
Sure.
Alright. If I was to describe to you a pink-haired half-dragon, does one person come to mind, or is that like a lot of people?
He squints his eyes. He's like, I mean, there's I ain't gonna sits forward. I mean, there's anomalies in the half dragon race. It's they're chock full of magic, but I've never even heard of. I mean, I'm assuming, and he's like, oh god, this is racist. A red and a white dragon had a kid, and then that kid had a kid with some other race. I don't know how that would work. I'm not a biologist. I don't study those sorts of relationships. I'm sorry, but no. Answer no. That's a little strange.
All right. Not someone you know around town. That's all I needed.
No. Somebody I know around town. No.
Awesome. I love that.
And he just his eyes sort of wander off. He's like, "What kind of breath would a pink dragon have?"
He's so good.
All right, but yeah, I wait.
And Insewin come back in. The shopping bags. Meet you in the front lobby.
How'd it go? You figured out anything else?
I figured out that we have a lead, but it is not necessarily concrete, and we can't find any more info here.
He would shrug.
But we're hanging around because around noon is when we should be ready to collect.
All right. What time is it now?
Yeah, about 10, 11.
Okay. She's gonna go up to the front desk.
Okay.
What's your rule about doing alchemy here?
You turn. You see, he's like he was sort of lost in thought as you come over. He's like, no, I'm gonna say no. That's
Okay.
a little
that's
bit,
fair.
a little fire, a little. We don't really have. It's not ventilated for that sort of thing here.
All right. Can you direct me to the cheapest shotgun you have?
Because
Unrelated question.
okay, excellent. Hopefully it's. I didn't mean to offend by saying no, but that was a very okay, I'm just gonna say
I got a lot on my list. I'm just, you know.
upstairs, the armorer, he should have something for you of that nature.
All right. How much is this shotgun? Let's just get to the
Okay. Let me. Shotgun information. Oh,
I
good,
just
thought
need
it
to know
up.
how much. I'm not paying $1,800 for a shotgun. I'm not doing it.
They have a sawed-off pistol-gripped shotgun, a two rounds sawed-off shotgun for 375 gold pieces.
Is that it?
That's the cheapest model.
What is the next one up?
They have a full-length double-barrel shotgun with the butt stock, the thing that goes up against your shoulder, like the long. The break action sort of like country style. I'm trying to give you visuals.
I don't know what guns are, so this
Yeah.
is very appreciative. Yep.
So whenever there's like a country movie where they fire twice and then they
Okay, yeah,
the
I know
rifle
exactly
breaks
what
the-
you're talking about.
yeah.
Got it.
yeah
Big C in movies.
450 gold pieces.
Okay.
Don't. It wouldn't have anything else. So. But yeah, sawed off in a double barrel.
Quest out of character question. Do they work different mechanically?
I mean, one is the double barrel's slightly better. It's just you point and click.
I mean, like, so like,
Okay, I'll run you through the. So there's 4 main things about firearms: damage die, the reload, the misfire, and the range.
okay.
The damage dice for the sawed-off is 2d6. The double barrel is 2d8.
Okay.
They can fire twice, but they both can fire twice before reloading. The sawed-off has a misfire of 3, so if you roll a 3 or lower, the gun just sort of breaks. You gotta take some time to repair it. The double barrel has a 2. The regular range for the sawed-off to make it fair, 10 feet, and long range is 20 feet.
Okay.
For the double barrel, it is 20-foot range, 40-foot long range.
Did you say it was
450 gold pieces.
for the good one?
Yeah, for the better of them.
Can I try and haggle him down?
Sure, what do you say?
Flaunting. I'm looking for a shotgun, something that could kill another dragon if we come up against it. Let you
Yeah.
know.
The blonde-haired human turns around and kind of, oh, looking for a shotgun? Well, dragon. The head would be effective if you shot it in a week. He kind of squints his eyes at you. You're not with that group, are you?
I mean, yeah, I am.
What are they? The Starlight?
Starlight's Call.
That's Well, we do have two variations of shotguns available right now, but
I'm looking for something with a quality, make something I can reliably use.
so, everything here is of quality. I assure you.
Absolutely. Just something I can take the big things down with.
Yeah, he does pull the double barrel shotgun off of it. This one is fine, a fine quality short range firearm. Take down pretty much anything. Packs a wallop. Shoulder will have to get used to it. If you're looking for a shotgun, I can't recommend one more than our armory's double barrels.
I mean, that sounds perfect. That sounds like it'll probably save my life against some of these bigger things.
Yeah, excellent. And he puts it down and goes, comes with 20 rounds of ammunition. You can purchase more ammunition here or elsewhere whenever you want to.
Alright.
450 gold pieces.
She'd look and she'd be like, can't do any better than that. I mean, she just pointed herself.
I almost want to give you disadvantage. Roll a
No.
persuasion check. That's the
I'm
most cocky
great.
thing.
I'm great.
I'm so great. I'm so great. Everybody look at me. I'm so great.
23. I didn't mean to do twice. I don't know why we did it twice.
Is your
You click the button twice.
23? He goes, only if, whenever you take anything down, and anyone asks, Nick's Firearms.
Got you a deal?
I
As
can
long as he doesn't know what
do.
the discount is.
I can do. I said, what did I say? 450 or 420?
Yeah. For 50.
I can do 415.
Alright, she gives him 415.
Hands it over in this large leather sleeve, like a holster to attach to the side of a mount. A sling
Nice.
that fits onto like a saddle.
Okay.
Just this rather long, sort of rigid leather tube, just like.
And it comes with 20 rounds of
Yeah,
ammunition?
20 of these brass old style shotgun shells.
Excellent. I have no idea how to add this, so I'm just gonna do it later.
Okay. And just so you have a visual, picture us for you, since you've stated as the Canadian who do not know firearm. These are old style shotgun shells. They used to be made of full brass with a little like wax paper tamping on the top.
Nice.
And sort of.
Oh yeah, I've seen those in 7 days.
Well, you've probably seen more.
Recent ones.
Yeah, the more modern ones are made of a like a folded heat treated plastic, sort of roll over
Okay.
the top. And yeah, and
How much would
fire-
100? How much would 100 rounds be?
Let me see.
Just 20. 20's not. I don't know if 20 is enough for like practice shooting.
For the shotgun shells, it's 3 shotgun shells per gold.
Oh really? Fuck
Yes.
me. Okay. I picked the expensive weapon, didn't I?
No,
No.
no.
The rifle.
Rifle is expensive. Yeah, it's a gold
Okay.
per round.
I'll get.
Bad news is 5 gold per round.
I'm just gonna get 30 for 10 gold, right?
Yeah, 10 gold.
Okay.
Yeah, 50 total shotgun.
Yeah, that works.
And yes, Nickel, we do use shotguns. We do have firearms in this world. It's definitely a little bit homebrewed. With the gunslingers, thanks to that from first campaign. But you know, I won't complain. I think it's very cool to shoot at a dragon with a firearm.
Don't think it's very
Can
cool to shoot at a
confirm
dragon
it
with a
is.
fire. And I want the paladin to use a shotgun. I think that will be fun. I don't know how to yet, but we'll do it.
Well, there's plenty of ways.
Yep.
The rules can be twisted. If that is what makes it fun.
I'll figure it out.
We will figure it out. You are now the proud owner of a double-barreled shotgun. I believe you have the stats for the firearms and the ammunitions and stuff.
Yeah, I think
Not,
so.
I can send them again.
You can send it again, but listen.
One of the things I wanted to do was
Our pinned messages are both incredibly helpful and not helpful at all.
absolutely.
I'm sure they are utterly unhelpful.
Like, oh yeah, cool. That's a cool homebrew. Oh, that's the Terrasanera Cocra. And it's like, it's fucking something stupid shit.
Thank you. Okay. I do that, I buy that, I give Crest his toy.
Yeah.
Because we're waiting.
Roll me a animal handling check.
Not an okay.
He-
I mean, I'll take. He's technically. Three. Oh no, 16. Because why is it rolling twice? Stop that.
16. Like the tsundere boy he is, he sighs and accepts. Which one do you give? Do you just give him both?
No, I'm keeping the Damasceno one. He gives him the. But I'll give him both. He gets both. What is Betty gonna do with it? He gets both.
It's just like, and he kind of grabs both of his feet and then can't walk. It's just like, Grabs the Valmecino one with his beak and hands it back to you. If you could hold on to this, that would be.
Yep, absolutely.
Ask for it if I require it.
I don't have a saddle for him either, do I?
No.
Carrying a saddle around without the bird, though, is gonna be a pain in the ass.
With the spell stuff, if you get barding, it fits to the creature in question and will change shape.
If I desummon it, would it?
It stays on the creature.
It stays on the creature. Okay. We can talk about that later because I don't know how much that's gonna be.
Okay.
But that's definitely something I want to look into. So after our payment.
I think it's all in that sheet.
I think so. I can look it up.
Any prices?
You don't have to worry about it too much.
We'll find it later.
Yeah.
Okay. We get our stuff out. Alright.
We do.
But yes. Y'all are together doing whatever it is you're wanting to do. Finding sand or whatever.
Oh yeah.
That's the
I mean, we'll do that on the way back. We're just waiting.
Yeah.
okay. You're just gonna wait until
Yeah.
Yep.
stuff arrives.
Yep.
Okay. We'll skip ahead if you want to do anything in the meantime. Otherwise, you're just waiting. Yeah. You'll wait until probably about 45 minutes after noon. The captain or the president of the Wyvern's Call himself comes.
Ooh.
He is the president, but he was a captain.
Hmm.
Captain Adamant Larot walks in with a small parcel tied up in brown paper with like a little thin like cotton or cotton-esque looking bow that has it tied closed, and a a briefcase in one hand. The briefcase side is hanging a little lower than the
Duh.
other side. He comes in the front door and he well, wanted to personally deliver this to make sure that nothing came of harm to it, and hands the parcel over to Hessel. And then you see him hitch his shoulder a little bit as he lifts the briefcase onto the table, which sets down in a heavy thud and shakes the table and sort of gets a fair few people's interest. It's packed as well as it could be. Shouldn't sorry, accents get a little. This voice is hard on the throat with the allergies, but no.
No.
The everything should be in there. We made sure to count 3 times just in case. Don't think anyone's a fan of me at the moment at the Torngeth National Bank, but
Well, I certainly appreciate the personal delivery.
I wanted to make sure, my biggest transaction to date went well. else getting involved.
Your hard work shows.
Thank you for the renown, the prestige, and the presence that you have brought here. I hope to continue to do business with you and with you continue to work with the sister branch in Vassal City as well. Make lots of money together. He gives a big grin.
Let us all hope. Now, I look towards the others. Who's going to volunteer to carry that back?
Ready with your
Um,
quest.
DM, I have a question.
Yes.
Does that look like it would fit in a bag of holding?
Yes.
I'm gonna take out
Oh,
the
the
bag
whole
of
case
holding.
will?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Okay.
I'm gonna take out the bag of holding
Well, yeah, I got it.
and put the thing in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, the case is about 2 feet long, 1.5 feet wide. So it's just barely slides into the entrance of the bag of holding, but definitely.
All right. Count it later.
You have a briefcase of money. So I would mark it down and probably put, I say 25 pounds.
Oh my god.
Okay,
Well, who has the shared inventory thing up?
I do.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Round
make a
of-
new
yeah.
tab called bag of holding.
Yep. Oh, who's anonymous axolotl? I love it.
I don't know. It's not me.
Not me.
Not I.
What?
I would hope it's one of us from in here.
So I'm assuming, Mad, you're writing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you're
So,
anonymous Kiwi.
Yeah, Rose,
So-
you are anonymous jackal.
So you're anonymous axolotl.
Yeah, you're anonymous axolotl.
Cool.
We did it.
Alrighty. 25 pounds, briefcase of money.
All right.
Thank you, Alex. I was just clicking on it.
I couldn't figure out how to click on it. Okay. Anonymous axolotl.
Now, we do have a business to attend to in town. Some questions to ask, I'd say. So, we'll be around for another few days at least.
He straightens up his tie and adjusts his vest a little bit, that he doesn't have to lug that thing around. Well, it's it's been a pleasure. Yeah, welcome here anytime. Home away from home. Who knows? Maybe if you keep working here, we might set you up with one of the offices upstairs.
I give him a nod.
Gives you the bro nod back and walks upstairs.
All right. So, I don't know if we want to actually try and follow up on more books, but I'm not sure we'll find anything on this.
Just put
egg.
it in the thing of sand. I want to see if that works.
Yeah. Okay. Here's a question then. Do we want to do that here? In this city? Or do we want to do it when we're back in Vassal City? When we have like an actual like home base in the boat?
I
Up
feel
to
like caring for a baby bird could be very difficult on the road, especially if we have to go through the fucking
That's what I'm thinking.
yeah.
They could quite easily die.
All right, we'll wait until we get back before we experiment trying to hatch it.
All right, what's next on the list?
Well, I mean, there's not really a next. We return in as soon as everything wraps up. I think our escort is actually done, and they're just waiting for us to give the go ahead, or they're nearly done, or something.
I mean,
As-
I certainly have no more business here. They won't have the item I'm looking for, so
Didn't we have a few things that were a few days out? Like we have my armor, which I think is done tomorrow, maybe.
That's
I don't
a
remember.
package that he handed you.
Yeah, it's the package. You got it already.
yeah, it's
Oh, you said parcel. I assumed it was like an envelope.
No, it's like a uh, probably 2.5 foot wide, 2.5 foot wide, 8 inch.
I was
thick
imagining
square.
like an envelope that probably had like a receipt in it. Okay. Well then, is there anything else we're waiting for?
I don't think so.
no, I do not believe so.
We could probably finish up today and then head out the next day.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Betty'd
Yeah, I'm
probably
trying to
go say.
think. I don't think anyone else is.
No, I'd just say bye to Herschel because he's here. But that's about it.
All right. Yeah, we'll go check in with the captain and see if they're ready to head out tomorrow. I think they were.
Yeah, they said it would take at least until 2 days from now, but that was yesterday. So, I mean,
Okay. All right. Shall we spend the rest of the day in leisure?
I
Alright,
suppose.
as long as we've
Yeah.
got everything we need to, we need, and the caravan's not planning on leaving.
Yeah, they're waiting for. Like they won't leave without us. Part of their payment is us returning as well.
All right. Well,
All right. But as when we start walking back, I want to scan the roofs for pink hair.
make me a perception check.
Can I persuade the air to inform me
Someone can.
if pink hair is in the area, rather than make a perception check?
Unfortunately, that's not how that works. Maybe eventually you'll have some control over the wind if you keep following or keep following my salmon.
All right, 15.
With a 15, look around. There are a couple people in town with pink hair every now and then. It gives you a startle. More of a strawberry blonde, definitely not the vibrant, all nearing bubblegum pink color of the other person's hair. Not even.
Weird. All right. I assume they'd be coming after me right now. All right, that's fine.
If we're not doing anything else, Betty's gonna split off and go up to the grumpy werewolf or whatever it's called.
Cranky werewolf?
Yeah.
Yeah. head up into the you head up into the underside district underneath Jehesta's Perch. The terracotta roofs in this constant shaded light fade from a lovely brown to more of a gray here. The surprise you get though is pretty much in the rest of the city, the wood and the terracotta are always painted like light colors, like whites and grays and you know lovely like oranges and reds, just like but like lighter forms of it. You get under here and they are painted wildly vibrant colors, bright yellows and deep you know ceruleans and vibrant greens that seem to catch the eye. And you know some of the buildings are spattered with what looks like someone threw like bioluminescent yellow dots across the across the side of a building just to like add some texture. And it's rather nice for what you would consider a probably like a lower cheaper end of like living section of the city. Make me an investigation check.
Okay. Please don't roll twice.
Also, Hessel, I don't know if you saw.
It did. Okay, take the first one.
I did send you a
12.
list of poisons that Dare had.
Yes, I did see that.
His name is Dayr. Dare. 12. Okay, it takes you a little bit. It's a rather oh shoot. Have you ever played Red Dead Redemption?
Been meaning to.
There is a saloon in the town of Armadillo on the corner. It has this giant staircase that goes up both sides, and it is both a like tavern with like the open swinging doors, and then upstairs is a ring of rooms that like
I think
the
I know what you're
balcony
talking
is
about.
like looking down. Imagine that, but all of the banisters and railings of this building are painted in a light glowing blue paint. You're not sure what it is, but it's just slowly like this just constant like just gentle glow coming off of this, like someone has a black light set up. The building is dark and it's just got this tracing like the windowsills and the balconies and the banisters and the poles in the middle of the room, and the bar is just spilling out onto the street. Like people are walking in and walking out, grabbing drinks. People are bringing them. You know, you hear the sound of heavy fist against wet face a couple of times as people shout.
Boy.
And, you know, you hear a glass shatter and like a wolf whistle. It's pretty rowdy.
Good, okay. Well, I'm just gonna try and make my way through that mess.
Yeah, as you slide in, a few of the patrons. For this place, not as many drow, but a lot of beast folk here. Definitely some humans, a few dwarves, actually a few dwargar. every now and then a knoll,
Interesting.
but mostly I would say 80% of the crowd here.
Okay. Just looking around, do I see him in the tavern at all, or is he?
He is. You see him as you enter. Hard to miss his massively wide shoulders sitting at the piano across the way as he's playing a jaunty tune that you've heard so many times on the Flaming Fury before.
No. All right. Well, she'll just sit and listen. Obviously, make herself visible, but she won't interrupt him.
He's currently got his back basically to the rest of the bar, and he's just playing. And watches as he's playing. You see someone chuck a beer in his direction, just like in a glass, like a pitcher. And you watch him reach up with one hand and grab it, sets it down on the piano, and keeps playing. You didn't develop your blind fighting without some help, so.
No, absolutely not. Does he keep going for a while, or?
He plays a couple of songs before
Okay.
turning around and grabbing the entire picture that he had up there, and he starts to put his arm around like the first person that's there, and he kind of stops with the picture in hand, and he points over at you across the bar.
Yeah, I'll come.
He makes
come
his
see
way
him.
halfway.
Yeah.
He goes, I didn't expect you to, you know. Okay. Time's a little weird here. Didn't realize it was already tomorrow.
I mean, yeah, it's dark all the time, so I kind of get that. But I just wanted to.
Comes and goes.
Yeah. Yeah, it does. It's a really interesting area, though. I've never. It's. I mean, honestly, I love it.
Culture's lively. Interesting. I probably wouldn't bring your friends here, but there's a few interesting places.
Yeah. Well, I think we're actually gonna be done here tomorrow. We're probably gonna be heading out.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, but I just wanted to see you before we left, because haven't seen you in a while.
Actually, gonna be heading out tomorrow. There's a nice little why don't you meet me here across the street so that you're not getting involved, only if you want to, with your friends. At about 7:30, 8 p.m. tonight. You want to?
All right. Sounds good.
That I've always been meaning to have that drink with you. Could never really do it in front of your mom. She's, you know how she is.
Yeah, no, I understand. She'd fish the stuffed toy out of her bag, the Damascena one.
Okay.
She'd just be like, oh yeah, I went to this place called White Wolf, kind of disaster. But they had some interesting stuff.
Always thought about going in there.
It's really loud. Really loud. They went to go buy an instrument and it was just kind of chaotic.
It's sort of why I've only ever thought about going in.
Yeah, but and she'd give him the toy.
I mean, oh, all right.
Don't tell anyone, I swear to God.
It looks at it with a sort of a half devious grin. Oh no, I would never tell anybody that. And he kind of raises his voice a little bit. Betty!
Gonna slap him. Not hard, but just like,
Yeah.
you know.
He just like slap his arm. He's like, I'm just joking. I mean, if you want to, friends, but if not, cool, whatever.
Alright. I mean, yeah, we got nothing else to do, so. I'll see if I can convince him. If not, I'll probably just come.
No pressure, no pressure.
Oh, no,
If
totally
you
not.
wanted to hang out with your friends, I totally understand, but I think you'll like this place.
Alright. I'll head back.
Okay.
And make sure I didn't get stolen from because it's a rowdy area.
Make a make a perception check.
I don't trust anybody to not take anything. I'm gonna do that every time I go to somewhere that's shady. First one to 9.
9. Yep, you're fine.
Okay.
Nobody stole from you.
I'm sure it's fine. Okay, yeah, she's gonna go and talk to people. Go back to the inn.
Okay.
I would have counted the gold when I got back.
You will open it up and you see these long, the long ornate platinum pieces of Drachencrone. 590 platinum pieces and 41 gold.
Gotcha.
All arranged neatly in the pouch.
I'm gonna go up to the docks and wander
Okay.
around there a bit.
Okay.
Get stolen from there. Get mugged at the docks.
And that's why I'm leaving all my valuable things in the inn.
Getting. Alright, you, sorry. You, head to the docks. What you, see this long set of, warehouse, open bay doors. You see some of these channels that actually come all the way in so people can take their fishing vessels all the way into these open channels. And whenever someone's bringing a boat in from the harbor like this, everyone sort of waits on the docks as these little drawbridges move out of the way. But yeah, you see this rather nice. I mean, it's a little industrialized, but I mean, for overall, it's a nice looking set of docks. So, what are you looking for here?
Nothing in particular. Just looking to see if there's any interesting boats in the waters.
Roll me a D100.
Ooh. 39.
39. Okay. There's a couple interesting boats here. One that you spot is a rather nice blue boat with yellow sails. Seems to be. It's not fancy or anything. It's just rather nicely made. Nice construction. But definitely painted with a vibrant middle of summer blue sky blue. And the lovely gold threaded yellow, not seemingly flying a flag of any nature.
That's pretty.
And another that you see sort of makes you take a double take. You've seen this boat before, or you think you've seen this boat before. Give me a second. Have this here. Where is it? Hmm. Sorry.
How dare.
I know, I'm so sorry. Yes. Hmm. Yep. What's wrong with you?
Mm.
My thing isn't working. Good, excellent.
Hmm.
Okay. You see a boat of ardenous to make green wood seemingly has no separation between boards. You've seen
Oh
before.
no, dude. Oh no.
See a boat titled with in well, it's an Elvish script. I don't know exactly what unless you speak Elvish. Um,
Gnomish close to Elvish.
I just
Is what close to Elvish?
Gnomish.
Gnomish.
No.
No, I don't even
I
think that's the same
I think,
script.
yeah, no.
That's
Shares the same.
They
with
rhyme.
Dwarvish and
dwarf?
giant. I think Gnomish
Yeah.
does. Oh,
Well, that's not good.
Yeah, I'm not.
Why is this boat familiar?
all a spitting carbon copy of the boat that
Yep.
came into the harbor on Millhurst at Shootson.
The
The one that was sunk. The one that Hessel came in on.
the one that I was tasked with keeping repaired.
Yep. You would know that the glyphs are different, and you know the name of the original ship was Eniglug. You're not sure what the first part is. Second part also says look. L-U-G. Same symbols. Same script.
Hmm. That's part of the Lug series.
Yeah.
The Lug line.
Yeah.
Oh.
Neat.
That's probably not good.
I wonder
mean,
if pink hair's on that boat.
Maybe.
Hmm. Oh,
So I'm not the one who ate the artifact.
I'm not either. No one can say otherwise. It didn't happen.
He'll
It
deny it.
Anyone who
disappeared. It
could
turned to
say
dust. I don't
otherwise
have
is
it
not
anymore.
going to.
I don't have it anymore. It's trash.
It's gone. Not there no more.
I did these tattoos myself.
Totally.
So, the old stick and poke, needle and hammer. Took me ages.
Oh well. What happens, happens, I guess.
Joe boy.
well, so I assume the rest of the boats that are either
Just standard
docked or
fishing boats.
going in and out. All right.
And the different designs, but mostly things you've seen before. Just flat little tugboats and hauling like these large cranes and are carrying in these big nets full of fish. At this point in the day, I would say for the most part, most of the fishing has been done for the day just after noon. So.
Okay. I'm also gonna listen to the wind. The wind say anything interesting?
Run.
Roll me a religion check.
Roll
Wind is
high.
in the opposite
19.
direction.
19.
Fuck.
The cold nip in the air dissipates as a warm wind swirls around you. Does not give any particular direction at the seemingly a happy wind, which is a weird way of
A happy wind.
happy wind.
The wind doesn't need a direction, it's just kind of there.
Mhm.
I guess I'll just walk around the docks and sketch out a couple ship designs of anything that looks
Catch your
different
eye.
or just kind of broken.
Okay.
Get ideas for boats to make in the future.
Okay. Yeah. You sort of get a large variety of fairly common ships. Common doesn't mean not helpful in design.
Yeah. Also, each boat has its own little bits of history that you can kind of see, where there's been patchwork, where there are still chunks of wood missing, etc. I guess after that I head back to the inn.
Fucking boats.
I mean, there are boats.
All right, you head back. You head back whenever you wish. Oh, I'll say, for brevity's sake, if anyone wants to do anything else, you'll meet up around 5 p.m., 6 maybe. Gives you like 4 hours to do it. Hang out, relax, sunbathe, whatever you want to. Go to the beach.
Yeah, I just separate the coin from the case so that easy access bag of holding. Just reach in,
Okay.
think, grab.
Pull out some money.
Money. Yeah, you just tilt the case at a V angle and just let it rain in as it disappears into the open bag of holding.
Do you want to hold on to that hassle, or should I?
Oh, I was using it as our group bank.
Oh no, but I mean somebody's got to hold it in the
Oh, yeah,
rucksack.
I'll keep on to it.
By all means.
Fix your you go to affix your the pouch to your belt with the straps on the back before you remember. I have a whole outfit that I haven't even looked at.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Is I don't know if this will draw bad vibes because they were very discreet about giving it to me, but I'm definitely putting this on.
Yeah. Uh, uh, I will describe this as I have envisioned it. If you want to make any changes, please do so.
Okay.
Uh, as the skin of a black dragon is more of a deep set gray, and the scales are like this black, smooth obsidian. A lot of the scales have actually been chipped to be slightly designed. You have these not too obtuse or abrasive pauldrons cover your shoulders and go to your neck that are completely coated fully in the dragon scales. And you have this long pirate's duster that is sewn with a alternating gold and silver thread to stitch the pieces together. So it gives this little streak of, gold and silver to complement the black long coat, armored pants, greaves made of the same similar setup where they have taken extra scales from areas that don't need it and put it, so to cover the knees and the shin, and they've made a pair of boots that go along with the whole ensemble. The hood sits behind and sort of folds flat, but as you pull it up, it goes over. Leaves these two long, coming to point eyes. That actually comes with inside the armored breastplate. There's another fold. You unclip the two things. You can actually clip it to the insides of the inside the hood to make it. Eyes would be two sets of leather that fit over. Dragon hood sticks out a little bit. Vision isn't blocked with the hood all the way up and over your up. Long, probably to the back of the coat.
Yeah, that sounds good with me. Leave it as is.
All the buttons filled as well. Sleeve, accommodate.
Now then, I believe factoring in what we were just paid, along with what we're gonna get upon return to Vassal City, and what is currently sitting in the vault on our old boat, we are good for the ship, right?
I mean, you're the quartermaster.
How much was the boat? Was it like 1750?
Yeah,
17K.
17,000.
I thought it was just 1700 or 17,000. I mean,
17,000.
17,000.
not. I wish it was 1700. That'd be nice.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Okay, yeah. So we're gonna have like I think off the top of my head like 2K left over. I don't have the document open. Where is that?
So
Well, we're also returning the boat in for 11K.
Yeah, isn't that what most? That's what, in fact, 11K. We just got nearly 6K, and then we're gonna get 3K when we get back.
We're getting
20.
I thought we were gonna get 10K.
for the trip back.
Yeah, wasn't it 3,000 gold for this job?
3,000 gold for
Okay.
returning all 3 of them. Each one you don't return is 1,000 gold.
Okay. I don't know where I got 10K from. Hopes, dreams.
the 10K was a fair estimate. What the ship was gonna get. Like 11 was like the so.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. What we had back home was roughly 2,000. So we're gonna have like 4K when everything's said and done, which I think is
That's
fine.
wow.
Also, I will
Yeah.
say, whoever did the math on the silver and copper that we did it very wrong.
I was very tired.
Yeah, it was not 4 gold, it was 41 gold. I just happened to look at it and I was like, not right.
Hell yeah. Thousands of copper is 4 gold.
Yeah, it was 4 gold, 10 silver, 4 copper, and I'm like, that's not
That's
correct.
not true.
That's all right. But yeah.
All right. Anyways, I saw Herschel and he said that there's something going on at around 7 that we might be interested in, like a party or something. That'd be fun.
I don't see why not.
all right.
A party?
Yeah. It's in the
Is there an occasion or is?
Oh, I don't know. He was a little vague on the details, but I went to the district that it's in, and it's pretty great. It's a little rowdy, but overall, I'd recommend it. I would say leave your valuables here, though.
I'm not leaving a bag with thousands of gold pieces in it. In an inn.
All right. Take your valuables with you.
Yeah, I think if I'll notice if the bag gets taken, given the fact that it's a massive satchel on my waist. So
Yeah.
we should be fine.
But
Yeah, it fits sort of like a messenger bag on your belt, so it's underneath your long coat.
yeah.
Not like I have any visible valuables. The only one I have is my spell focus.
Yeah.
So
But all right.
Also, totally forgot to give that stuffed animal to Crest, but you know what? That's okay. He'll live without it.
he's got one. It's fine.
Yep.
He'll live. So yeah, Hessel, you can add. I don't know if they have it, but if they don't, just add studded leather of acid resistance.
There's a magic item that is studded leather of acid resistance that is attunement.
Oh, this is not attunement.
You could probably
That's what
just
I was
edit
wondering
that.
because it's not technically magic.
It is not magic yet.
Okay. Yeah, I mean I could just create a custom one real quick. It doesn't take long. I just have to remove the attunement.
Yeah.
All right. Sounds good with me.
So yeah, Betty's just gonna make sure she has all her shit. Because again, she's paranoid because she knows that people steal stuff all the time.
Yep.
And hey, I just want to ask everyone to keep a lookout. If you see, they were a half dragon, right?
Yeah. From what
A
you can
half
tell.
dragon with pink hair, let me know.
Why?
I got bad vibes from them. Like I got bad vibes from that troll.
Oh, all right.
But it wasn't exactly the same. I don't know. We'll see.
So she's been eating the bones too.
My tattoos reacted. I don't exactly know how that works, but the only time that's happened so far is with a fellow bone eater. Yeah.
All right.
Okay,
Well,
I got
there
a
you
stupid.
have it. If anybody sees a pink-haired individual, report.
Okay, I got a stupid question. Do the bones taste good? Like,
Um.
Like salty
Imagine if
charcoal.
pain had a taste.
or it's a no. Okay.
I don't know if I've tasted pain, but I've tasted something similar. Acrid.
All right. Shall we all get going?
Yeah.
Undoubtedly so. Shouldn't be
Okay.
late for meeting.
All right, let's go.
Party.
Meet Herschel across the road from the rowdy, the cranky werewolf. Now that the sun has fully set, you can see painted on the roof a open-mouthed maw of a werewolf in the same painted colors.
You know, I don't know what it is, but something about me makes me really hate werewolves.
I can't say I've ever met particularly many. I heard there was one in one of the other cities. As far as I know, they're never not cranky.
I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
All right, let's go meet up.
Yeah.
You walk down and you find Herschel standing there. He's dressed in nicer clothing.
I brought Crest too.
His hair is well done. You bring, and he's like, oh, well, I don't think that you'll be let in, but I share one of my favorite places here with all. If you wish to join me, accompany me.
All right.
Of course.
Betty just lets Crest do whatever Crest wants to do. You want me to hold on to the thing, or are you good?
Now, is there a particular occasion?
No occasion, just celebrating my Betty's first crew and her excellent experience with the world. I think she needed it, and I wanted to thank you all. Not taking advantage and not selling her out.
It'd be quite the thing to sell out someone for 50 gold.
Yes. Oh, now, well, I don't know about you lot, but he pulls out a folded piece of paper and hands it to you.
I look at it.
Has all of your, wanted, dead or alive, Betty Bluebeak
Yeah.
Bird and Associate, the Flaming Fury, wanted for, and it doesn't list
It,
and
all the
it counts
crimes.
piracy, theft, extortion, assault, battery, breaking and entering. The
Jesus.
list goes on. Commandeering a vessel, sinking a vessel, and now the last one added on there. For crimes against the quartet's royal family and connection to.
Oh, yeah, you're
connection
gonna get
to,
jacked up way high.
overthrowing an elected official of the of the quartet put in place over Jitsin. Current bounty 11,000 gold.
Oh yeah!
Shit!
What a jump.
Well, that's more than 200. All right.
I'm sorry. That's 7,500 gold pieces. I apologize. That's
Okay.
Okay, well that's still a lot.
Yeah.
That's 7,500
yeah.
gold. Is
Yeah.
insanity.
7,561 gold pieces.
Mm-hmm. She's looking at us, she's like, wow, I've been lucky.
Uh
You know, I would.
oh, that's a lot, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
I would stay out of it. I'd stay out of the quartet if I were you. They're well, and they're looking for they don't have any official namings, but what is described as a high elf in rags, a strange swashbuckler wears a hood. A beast folk of indeterminate origin. Very good look, but if they ever tie your names to it or whatever, probably be sharing the same price tag.
See, this is why you own hoods.
And we think it. I want to hide. Okay. We'll look into it.
Yes.
I get to walk the cities free, and you might get accosted by
Yeah.
literally anyone.
She won't get
Betty-
accosted here, but
Betty, perhaps you'll take into consideration my
That is fair. We're in
repeated
a different
lessons
land.
on not giving your name freely to everyone.
Well, I do think you raises a good point that we are in a different land.
Yeah.
So, really, I think the only concern would be like bounty hunters. Actual
Well,
like citizenry, I think, would be rather indifferent.
Mm-hmm.
There is also currently some plausible deniability with Betty not having the brand on her beak anymore.
it is part of the distinct marking section on the bounty.
Okay.
Is your mark, but also the colors and the armor you were wearing before, the the leather stuff. So
Mhm.
there's some differences now.
I'm
might-
certainly
Alright.
immune to it.
I think I could get a haircut. I'll get a haircut.
But none of that is. We don't need to worry about any of that tonight. This will be my treat to all of you. Say congratulations. Thank you. Follow me.
All right.
Turns on his heels and begins to confidently strut into the underside.
Betty puts the piece of paper. Yeah. So let's keep it.
Okay. He doesn't take it back. He seems to have meant to give it to you.
Yep.
What was the tavern called again?
He leads you off away from the cranky werewolf. Is that the one you were referring to?
Yeah.
Okay.
I know it was like something werewolf. My brain was like angry werewolf. No, that's not right. That sounds
I mean,
right.
it's almost right.
Almost right, but it's not quite right.
I mean, I said
Hmm.
grumpy werewolf, so.
I'd say grumpy is closer to
Cranky.
cranky than
Cranky.
angry.
Depends on
Oh.
how cranky you are.
Let's go.
Make the werewolf cranky. All right. He leads you deep into the section, the underside section of the city. And stops at a just before an intersection, a four-way intersection, and he goes, "All right, here we are." And he turns into an alley. You all follow?
Yep.
Sure.
He walks down, and about
My eyes narrow at this point, and I begin looking for pink hair.
sure. Look, pink here. Perception.
I'm concerned.
Unfortunately, not a pink-haired person in sight of any type or nature. You do see.
Well, that's a good thing.
You take pause at someone as a drow with lilac hair walks by, but very clearly a drow. So and the hair catches you, but as they turn the corner, you're like, oh god, oh thank god.
Gotcha. All right.
uh, this alleyway goes about 40 feet in a straight line. There doesn't seem to be any markings or any doorways along it. But about 25 feet in large white luminescent paint, kind of lovely font, is written the phrase, "And she comes tumbling." Past the bridge to a single door at the end of this dark alleyway. You hear him knock, 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 and strategic places on the door, and you see a section of the door slide to the left as two eyes appear. When does she come tumbling? Yes. When she's had her fill. Door. The bar slides closed. You hear three large bolt locks. Door opens. Yes. Welcome back, Herschel. Thank you. And he walks in. And he gestures for you all to walk into a lovely lit inside of a tower.
All right.
Switch up the music.
Speakeasy!
You enter this rather beautifully decorated, looks like a wine cellar underneath you know, some sort of either factory or place that makes beer or something. These large like 6 foot wide casks sit in the wall. But as you walk in, you see these little independent booths that are like sectioned off with these like high, beautifully trellised, designed wall separators that sort of slide in and out and move, so you can gain some privacy. Yes. Welcome to. And when she comes tumbling. It doesn't actually have a name, but sort of what the owner calls it. Started out as more of a gentleman's club, and, well, he experiments with.
Oh.
What does that mean?
You'll see.
Oh dear.
You hear him. He takes you to this bar, and he is. He knocks on the bar as a large black furred wolf beast folk man is cleaning out mugs, and he goes, Seneca. He turns around. Herschel. Oh, you actually brought friends. Okay, that's. I don't have to deal with you drinking alone here tonight, do I? He kind of lowers his head a bit. No, I've spoken about Betty. He's, this is Betty. Well, welcome to my bar. And these part of your crew, part of her crew. Is it? Oh, okay, excellent. Well, we have two options here. I can surprise you, or I can get you a rather extensive book on different drinks.
I mean, well, first of all, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
And second of all, surprise me. I don't know for them, but surprise me.
Surprises are always fun.
Alright, anybody who wants a surprise, roll me a D100.
Oh boy.
1, 2 for her.
73, 86.
51.
Go by order that they show up here.
Hessel is keeping a level head.
Okay. Not a particular drinker, my friend, as you abstain.
Not tonight, I'm afraid.
I do have some just regular old-fashioned wine and ale. That's still not up to snuff. I do have a large selection of juices, freshly squeezed. Do also 3 different types of milk.
Some regular wine should be fine.
Yeah. With a blink and a flash, you see him flip a wine glass, and as it's still like warbling along the base as it's unstable, he begins to flips a bottle up, uncorks it with one smooth motion, and begins to pour, and it settles the glass down, and the wine continues to spin in the glass as it settles. Let it aerate. And he puts the bottle back, corks it with one motion.
All right.
And he makes some drinks.
Oh boy.
Betty with the 73.
Nice.
You watch him begin to grab a deep, rich whiskey, a deep gold whiskey. Add things and then shake, and then he sprinkles over. He pulls out a small silver device. And he holds it over, and it begins to emit a like blade of fire out about 4 inches. He grabs a container of something, a silver container of something, and begins to sprinkle a brown powder that ignites as it passes through. Presents you a small, on the rocks glass. He says, "Call that one the cinder."
Ooh. Yeah, she'll take a sip from that.
It is a cinnamon whiskey, and it is. You taste it, and you're expecting it to be cold because of the crystal rock inside, but it is warm, and it flows through you. It's like a warm appley whiskey cider.
Ooh.
Mm.
And you feel this energy come through you, and a small little pilot light appears at the tip of your pointer finger.
Oh,
Oh,
interesting.
With this drink, you can control non-magical fire up to a cubic foot for 10 minutes.
Wow.
Go to the next one. Same. You watch as he puts a glass down in front of you and pulls out a pitcher of clear liquid. Just fills it all the way up to the top.
oh boy.
Uh-oh. Let's see what it does.
You take a drink and you're very disappointed, as it is probably the best glass of water you've ever had.
Oh.
I'm just fucking with you. And he pulls out uncaps an ale for you, and he pours this strangely green ale.
Ooh.
Head settles a little.
I take a drink.
It's strange. It's a good ale, but it has something weird to it. And it's only once the head begins to settle do you see there's like a little jelly thing inside of it swimming around.
Hmm.
He goes, "Oh, don't worry, it's perfectly safe to drink. Ochre jelly ale, something I've been
Oh my.
working with."
Oh dear.
How did he do that? You don't know. How did you do that? I'm going to ask this in character because I want to know.
He goes, "Every now and then I make trades with people willing to sell parts, monsters, creations, and I took my background as a monster hunter of sorts, and I knew that some things go well with other things, if you understand what I mean. Peanut butter and ochre jelly, not great. Peanut butter jelly sandwich, good, but ale and ochre jelly, weird good combination."
All right.
Oh. All right then.
But you he hands Hessel 2 glasses. One he fills up with a clear liquid. The other he Betty, can I borrow that fire real fast?
Yeah,
And he puts a teapot over over your hand.
I would light it because I can
Yeah.
do that.
And woof, the little palm lights up a little fire, a little pilot light,
That's adorable.
and it very quickly heats up to it. Uh, uh, the whistle goes off. It begins to go off on the teapot. And he begins to mix something real fast. And puts a tea bag in one of the glasses, and then he puts a different color tea bag, and then he pours something, a lightly blue colored liquid into one, and it slides those over to. Yes, drink one, then the other. Alternate. He begins to sip from from the two glasses.
You're saying Hessel, but I think you mean Herschel.
Herschel, sorry.
Do, 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 do. Why characters with similar names are.
I mean, Herschel was far in existence before Hessel.
Yep.
It's true, he's an old man.
He looks at you, Willow, and he goes, I have the perfect drink for you. And he puts out this, not quite the full fishbowl glass,
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
but he sets it in front of you, this large glass chalice, this crystal chalice. And he begins to mix. And the smell of coconut, pineapple juice, and rum. And he pours them all into the glass, and he puts a wedge of pineapple on. Yes. The Pina Colossus.
My god.
I love that it was just a lead up to a horrible pun.
That's so good.
I love it. Willow would look a little bit flabbergasted, but would absolutely start drinking this.
Betty just started like losing it.
You drink it, and it goes down, and as you sit there, and it's delicious. He's got the pina colada mix perfectly correct. But you watch as the glass slowly fills back up to the line that he poured it.
I'm sorry. What?
It's a pina colossus. It's
Oh,
meant
dear.
for groups, but I thought I'd let you try it. That glass there holds 16 times what it should.
Oh dear.
I don't expect you to drink it all, don't worry, dear, but it's delicious.
That's true. And Willow would definitely keep drinking the Pina Colossus.
Yeah.
That's so good. Betty would ask,
I love that it all boiled down to a shitty pun.
it's so good.
Of course it boiled down to a shitty pun. I love it.
Also, Betty would ask him to fill up her flask with something that's quote unquote good for the road.
Oh boy.
Roll me a D100.
At least 53.
53. Did we roll? You watch as he pulls out what looks like a rather large wine bottle. He turns
Okay.
it says the Titan's Brew on the side.
Ooh.
This will hold quite a long time.
Oh dear.
But make sure you're not wearing any tight breeches when you drink it. He gives a big grin and fills up your flask. Good for sipping.
All right. I don't think I can drink that now because I'm not. I can't imagine that.
I mean, you can certainly taste it.
I'll taste
Oh
it.
boy.
It's a strong, hearty, full-bodied ale.
Ooh.
It's like a Guinness, like a deep like. This could be a meal.
Okay.
And you all watch as she takes a mouthful and sort of tastes it and swishes down. You all watch as she grows an inch.
Nice.
Oh my god.
I wouldn't drink all of it in one go unless you unless you
Oh, this
really
is
hate
great,
the
though.
pants you're wearing. It doesn't the clothes don't go with it. Just you. So
No, but I could be taller.
heed my warning. Trust me. He just puts the bottle back. You watch him. He sips sips a bit of it, and he grows about 3 inches.
Nice.
He's already pretty
Oh.
tall, but
This is gonna be good. This is gonna be good for fucking with people.
you see, Herschel pulls out some coin, puts it on. He's just like, tip and payment. You all can keep drinking if you wish, but I am an old man and I have been up since probably 5 a.m., so I'm going to call it. This should cover anything they want to get here for the night. Petty. Glad you're doing all right. He sort of gives you like a little bit of a side hug, sort of pulls your
Yeah.
head in.
She'd hug him pretty tight.
He hugs you for. He pulls up his glass. The family and the Gold Runners.
The family and the Gold Runners.
Seneca picks up a glass. The family and the Gold Runners. And you hear it begin to spread to the other patrons of the bar.
Oh boy.
The family and the Gold Runners. Family and the Gold Runners. Family and the Gold Runners. The family and the Gold Runners.
This kid's getting more high pitched.
Probably because there are gnomes
Yeah.
hiding in the wings.
Yeah.
Sounds like the gold runners are pretty popular around here.
Either that or everyone's just really drunk.
I wrote that too. You know,
But,
I don't think I've ever had either of these fruits before.
Really?
No, I don't think so.
Well, man, pineapple's my favorite. I love pineapple.
I have it shipped in frozen containers. Source. I
How
have.
much would it be to just get some pineapple?
They're a rather hardy fruit. 2 gold. I'll give you pineapple.
I will take a whole pineapple for 2 gold.
He goes and reaches under the counter and pulls out this little crystalline-looking case. He opens it up and he reaches in and he reaches his arm all the way down. And it keeps going and his head goes into this small little thing that he just put up on the counter. He pulls up a pineapple. It's a bit cold. And he shakes like frost out of his hair and puts the lid down. Here you go.
Yep, she's gonna.
Yeah.
Could I just take a bite out of it as an Aarakocra? Like, is that something?
Yeah,
Oh my God.
Absolutely, like right through the rind. Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let's do that.
You just take a wedge out of it. Oh, you definitely okay.
That looks nothing like pine or apple.
I mean, do you want some?
I mean, I've got some.
I mean, do you want some
Here.
fresh
I
stuff?
believe the elven word is ananas.
gonna slap you.
Eh, can't say I've ever heard that one.
He turns his head a little bit. Eldrin? Interesting. Guess they were wrong about the high elf thing. They're looking for a high elf. They certainly won't find you.
I should
mean,
certainly hope not. I didn't do anything.
Right, yes, and none of us have done anything here. Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? You hear a laugh going on.
And Willow would, in fact, keep drinking.
Yeah, and many more drinks to be had.
Absolutely.
But as you all party and are merry with your friends and, you know, a few members of family, I think we will hold tonight's session before it gets to suddenly 3 a.m. because it happened tonight, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it's gonna happen here in like 15 minutes.
Can I roll one more religion check to try and commune with the flask? Because I'm drunk as
Sure.
fuck.
I'll give you advantage, sure.
Nice. Where the hell did my character sheet go?
I deleted Betty.
No.
Oh,
You remember that Terracinara Kokra? I deleted it.
She's gone.
She's now a variant human.
No.
She's wearing cardboard wings.
Don't do this to me. Was it religion?
Yeah, religion check.
With advantage? No, I can roll twice. Please don't roll twice.
Please roll twice.
20.
As you drink and you're merry, you sort of feel, and no one else sees this, or hears this, or experiences. But Betty, you feel a presence behind you.
Turn around.
You sort of turn and you don't see anybody. Sit there with your blind sight, you can see someone standing there. And in your head, you hear, please don't be alarmed. Feel like you're alarmed, you're not responding.
Well, I mean, be like,
Think.
I'm
just
trying to
think,
figure.
keep drinking and think.
Yeah, no, okay, all right. I'm good. How you doing?
Calling to me.
Yeah? I want to know what the fuck is up.
Didn't know if I could trust somebody who came in and knew exactly what I was.
I mean, I got another one of you in the backpack.
Another one of me?
I mean,
There's only one of me.
oh, I mean, there's a sword and it's weird. It's weird. Everything's weird.
A sword? What do you mean a sword?
I mean, like a mithril blade. I've talked to him too. He's nice. Tried to save my
Him
life.
with a mithril sword. What is the name?
Rowan Bristol.
Oh my god. We all got? Is that what you're telling me?
Oh, I mean, I don't know what got means, but yes, you are objects.
Oh. God. Damned God.
All right, so I want to get exposition on this. Please talk.
And she begins to talk, and I will give you details later. For now, I think that is a good stopping point.
Okay.
We'll start next session with you all waking up, and depending on how much you all decide to drink, I hope Willow doesn't attempt to drink all of it.
No, because I did the math. I will
Yeah,
die.
You will die.
Yes. For those of you who were not privy to the math that I've been doing for the last 5 minutes, a pina colada is roughly 13% alcohol by volume for a 20-ounce glass. This is double that times 16. Which
Yeah.
works out to roughly 160 shots.
Those
Yeah.
are rookie numbers, man.
Get a bump.
Hessel's too afraid
no,
to drink.
160 shots, it's just dead.
Yeah.
But yes.
Yeah.
See, I like Willow, and she's already died once. I don't need alcohol poisoning to be the other one.
No.
But yeah, we'll pick up next session, depending on how much you all decide to drink. That's up to y'all. I know.
Oh boy.
Essel's abstaining, but hung over you all for the beginning of the trip back.
I mean, Betty's just gonna go, so that's gonna be interesting.
To thank you all for sticking around, and I hope you have wonderful days, afternoons, evenings, and nights. We'll be back same time next week, Saturday, 8 p.m. Central, the other time. But you can watch the VOD if you missed it and want to listen to it. YouTube.com/StableandFlumps. Click the link below. It's attached to the channel.
We've also got a Twitter @FabledFlumps.
Yes, we
Yeah, it sometimes posts stuff about D&D.
It does. That's all it needs to do. Fine.
I mean, it also posts stuff about other things I find interesting or entertaining.
That's why I said it sometimes posts stuff about.
But I want to thank you all for joining, and hope you all have a lovely night. I think that's. I think
Yeah.
we don't need to rate anybody. Unless y'all want to.
I think we have enough people to.
I mean, you're in the driver's seat for this one.
Sure.
Yeah.
Find
One of these days we need to try streaming, obviously not D&D, but streaming another video game with one of us as the driver, just to see if we can do it.
yes.
I mean, I'm sure we can. Like,
Oh, it's definitely doable.
Yeah.
The question is the person's PC going to be powerful enough to handle it?
Mine. Mine will be powerful enough.
I was gonna say, do you want to do both this and Elden Ring? Because I don't know if that's gonna work.
Oh, dear.
I could probably stream Elden Ring and do that, but yeah.
I'm curious if my PC could handle it. How much CPU does OBS use?
Not a lot. If you've got a
Also, I love the fact that this is D&D, the game where 30 minutes takes where 30 days takes 4 hours and 1 day also takes 4 hours.
Yep.
What are y'all thinking? Hero Zone, someone painting minis, or
Painting minis.
Mini
Blackwater
painting. Mini
D&D?
painting. Mini painting.
Mini painting.
Let's raid Hero Zone. I've watched a few
Hero
other streams
Zone.
before.
Get in the zone. Hero zone.
Alright.
That's
That sounds like a
completely the
90s
wrong
like.
thing.
I think that's my cue to go to bed.
Okay.
Night
Yeah.
night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.